Dude, this fucking guy is still streaming in 4x3.
Every day.
Oh, here's some stupid shit from 2IT. What's going on, everybody?
Israel continues to make it difficult to get the kind of humanitarian aid that desperate people need. So to my mind, the most important thing the United States government can do is say to Mr. Netanyahu, you know what? You cannot continue this disastrous, horrific war. You cannot allow children by the thousands to face starvation, or you're not getting another nickel.
Dude. Just... Why is Bernie just such a fucking cucked retard? You can look at the daily starvation deaths. Very fucking few people are starving to death. There is not mass famine or mass starvation going on.
Now, I think one of the incongruities that a lot of people in America see is everybody is criticizing that Netanyahu, and then they're saying in the next word, oh, here, Mr. Netanyahu, here's another $14 billion on top of the $3.5 billion you got. You're a terrible guy. You're doing terrible things, but here's your money. I think our policy has got to be very clear. Not another nickel for Netanyahu's right-wing extremist government while hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza face starvation, period.
And that is pretty clear. Bernie,
hundreds of thousands of people are facing starvation when the daily starvation deaths are like 2 or 3. Okay.
For some time now has been, I'd say bolder than the vast majority of politicians, very straightforward on this. Obviously, his initial stances were criticized by many progressives, but he's going obviously there, far past where like President Biden, for instance, would go, where his criticism mostly comes in the form of, we get leaks about phone calls, and he was apparently quite harsh, quite stern on a phone call, but people are still.
Say my name, 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 bitch, 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 bitch.
It's just straight up.
Thank you for that, Vegan Gains. I'm not going to say your full name. Appreciate the donation.
I bet your school bus has an elevator on it. We're not making it past silver if you're going to play like that, dude. I'm not going to 1v2 every round, okay? You are the worst teammate I've ever had. You have not droned jack shit. You have not listened to jack shit. I'm going to lose the coppers and get called wash because of this. Maybe you're overrated, brother. I don't know.
Run through with the sledge. You're going to clear our way. I'm going to be on.
Like, he's just generally like a very autistic person. Even when you see him, but he's like hilarious, and like that's what makes him good. Or if you see him on a Jinxie's podcast, it's like watching like two extremely.
And to think I voted for Bahrain to win the 2016 election.
This room is insane.
Yeah, if Bernie were president right now, Israel would be in a pretty fucked situation. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Guest number 4, Mr. Sketch. Literally all we ask. Look, I'm going broke. Subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and click the like button. Like, I might be homeless soon. Okay, no, but still, subscribe. Let's do that thing. I taught us Pippin. Sketch. The sketch reel, the sketchy realm. What is the sketchy realm? What is
Look
that?
at these fucking guys.
We starting here?
These guys are destined to be famous.
Wait, actually, we're starting here?
They're destined to be famous.
Come on, dude.
But your TikTok is the sketchy.
You're gonna dress up too. What the fuck? Sorry for cussing. I'm just kidding.
The sketchy realm is your.
They are destined to be at the top of the YouTube game.
Sketch reel. Come on, you're butchering my shit here.
Okay.
Wait, really? Yeah. What is?
He had this this really hard quote. Yeah, it's this one.
When did you realize you were like, shit, I got motion, twin?
Since birth.
Gathered apartment out down in my socks on a 3-level yacht with some bottles of drinks, leaving a lot on.
This is fire. That was an epic line. I like that people like this are getting famous instead of fucking I don't know, Hassan pretending he's cool. I like that like autistic people are getting famous again. I think it's based. I feel like I resonate a lot more with these guys than like anyone like Hassan Piker or Pokimane who are just like, I'm normal. Shut up! Be weird.
Of riding the high of being popular on his main channel, started streaming on a smaller alternate channel to a handful of viewers. Greek's fans were frustrated with this and started to revolt. The audience that he had spent countless hours stream sniping to get was quickly withering away. It looked like Dimitri's time in the spotlight would be as short as Tyler 1. But there was something on the horizon that had the potential to save Greek's career. TwitchCon. Greek.
Yeah, they didn't mention anything about CX here, which I'm somewhat confused.
Dying. So that doesn't seem to be enough. In any event, it's the numbers, man.
Okay, yeah, blah, 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 the poor children, wah, wah, wah. That's basically their argument.
UNICEF says a vehicle waiting to enter northern Gaza was hit by live ammunition. 3 bullets hitting the car, which they say was clearly marked with the UN logo. Now, this again raises concerns of Israeli military conduct.
Okay, to be fair, why wouldn't Israelis want to shoot cars marked with a UN logo? Let's be real.
Following that deadly aid worker attack on the World Central Kitchen workers just last week. Now, UNICEF is saying they've raised the incident with Israeli authorities, adding that humanitarians continue to face risks in their work to reach people in need.
So yes, more...
So they're fucking crying that there's 3 bullets in the side of their car. Nobody even died, and they're like, bullet. Oh my god, what fucking babies.
Humanitarian aid vehicles being fired on by the IDF. Now, in this case, thankfully, the UNICEF workers did survive, and they were fired.
Who knows if they're being fired on by the fucking IDF? How do they know that? And secondly, what were the circumstances? Like, you'd think that would matter more, but oh yeah, let's throw out all fucking context and just assume the IDF, for no fucking reason, just wants to put bullet holes in the side of a fucking UN or UNICEF fucking truck? Like, are we retarded?
Fired at with small arms, not bombed. But again, it was vehicles that were very clearly marked. And let's pause for a moment just to acknowledge the fact that it is amazing that there are people brave enough to still man those vehicles, to go into those areas knowing that you could be bombed, you could be fired at, despite the fact that you've done everything you're supposed to do in this circumstance. But while they survived, very often the aid they're trying to transport into Gaza does not, because the policies, the procedures for checking and approving of that aid seems punitive and random, arbitrary in practice. And
they're security checks. What the fuck are you talking about? They're just simple security checks.
To really make that clear, let's show you some of the aid items that have been rejected during these searches. So remember, it's supposed to help people in need in a war zone. So things like crutches and generators for hospitals and maternity kits and thread.
Oh my god, dude. What are the chances that these single items have been rejected? That IDF forces look through these fucking aid trucks, they find a catheter, and they're like, oh yeah, this can't go in. Or this is fucking Hamas propaganda bullshit. And what happens is, there is sus shit on some of these aid trucks that doesn't pass inspection, and then all of it gets rejected. Like, this is so fucking retarded.
Sit on my lap, Jurian. I'm gonna ride.
Yeah, nice try. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Did you hear Caranto's quit kick or keep cause of Israel/Palestine? How contrived. Lol.
Really?
Community and
He was around his shit. Wait. Are these the same runes that was on that guy's name on YouTube chat? Hold on. What? I swear the guy with those runes was in my YouTube chat, and he was saying that I look like Jinxie or something. I swear I saw these runes.
He started calling his core group of fans GGX.
Good evening,
Greek relied on his
VG.
GGX
I hope
voice
that
to
you
fuel
are
his
doing
continued growth on
great
Twitch and
tonight.
upvote his
I
clips on
saw
live
the
stream
shirt
fails,
choices
the
and
popular
it's
subreddit
damn
where
near
all the most
impossible
annoying
to
Twitch
pick.
drama
Lol, I'll
goes down.
probably
Live
go
stream
for
fails
the
will be an
vegan
important part
Punisher
of Greek's
skull.
stream in this new
Also,
chapter of
would you
content.
consider this
Dimitri started
based
reacting to
AF?
clips and drama as
I can talk to you after this video, Richard.
a major part of his
let me take a
content,
look.
something not a lot of people were doing yet. He also went back to
Someone
gaming with
puts a gun
Tyler,
on you,
and
you
Greek's
just have one
streams
option.
started to grow again. But then only a few.
Give them what they're asking for. So here's what I do. I carry a fake wallet, fake American Express, fake Visa card, fake MasterCard. I throw them that. They reach down, they grab for that wallet. Then, you know what I do? I pull out my gun and I shoot them in the face and get my wallet back. Someone puts a gun on you, you just...
That is highly, highly illegal. Yeah, I would say probably in most states. I would say probably in most states this would be illegal. It is based, but yeah, probably illegal. Yeah, Caleb, I'll talk to Turkey Tom about Kick or Keep. I didn't hear that about Krontos, but that's pretty funny.
Agreed. At this point the young turds can just file for bankruptcy already.
Oh yeah, they're fucking retarded, dude. They're such fucking insane, rabid anti-Semites. Like, bruh, get fucked. It's hilarious how just fucking gay everybody's opinion on Israel-Palestine is. Oh yeah, and by the way, the new designs are up on the merch store. I just have to add the Vegan Punisher logo to the sweatshirts, but we've got Vegan Punisher tees. Got the Vegan Punisher tees with the Vegan Gains logo on it in Punisher font. And we also have women's tees with the same design. So Vegan Punisher without the Gains logo. So if y'all want some good new merch, there it is. I really like that logo. I think it looks sick. Yeah, it looks pretty dope. Yeah, dig it. Let's see.
And medical scissors in children's aid kits.
The only path to $20. Are you gonna watch the A24 Civil War movie? It was really dark, but well done. What is A24 Civil War?
Critics are raving about the movie event of the year.
It is American, 100%. That's what I'm talking about.
Cool.
Going to DC.
Are you serious? The United States are vaporized. They shoot us on sight in the Capitol.
I've never been scared like that before, and I've never felt more alive.
Turn on each other.
This looks gay as fuck. I don't think I'm gonna bother watching it because it looks like shit. Wow, that's your beaver. Look at him. Just chewing his wood like a good boy. Look at that little chonko. Oh my god. I love beavers, dude. They're so awesome. Whoa. Wow. Look at that little guy. So derpy. My goodness. That's a nice little cow.
And when I'm talking to you? You do? Okay, so I gave you a chewy. I gave Kiko a chewy. You ate Kiko's chewy. So what do we say when we steal someone else's chewy? What do we say? Do you know?
Aww.
Yes, we say we're sorry.
That's a nice dog. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, that's a tired squirrel. So sleepy. That's amazing. Oh my goodness. Oh, donkey friend. Every donkey I've ever met has been really, really sweet and cuddly. I think donkeys are really nice, sweet animals. Give your girl a logical solution instead of emotional support. Her. Oh, that's mean. Well, thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Appreciate it.
Agreed, it's sad a movie like this even has to exit. It should say Civil War bore gut to you by Donald Trump.
That would make the trailer make more sense, and I don't know, it just looks like shit, though. I don't know if I'm gonna bother watching it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Eddie Ab, you get to ask which celebrity is natty or not. Spoiler alert, he thinks Henry Cavill is on gear. Lol.
Eddie Abu's clearly a fucking idiot. I don't know why you'd assume Henry Cavill's on gear.
Natty or not, with ex-professional bodybuilder Eddie Abu. Number 1, Jake Paul.
Could it be? I don't know. I don't think he's on anything because he doesn't. His physique doesn't really look that impressive, does it? No. Well, I'm not. The average person can get like that if he eats properly. So, I'd say not really.
Number 2, Terry Crews.
Terry Crews. I think TRT, male TRT.
I made a video where I suggested the same. Either Terry Crews has been natty the majority of his like acting career, but only recently he started going on TRT.
He's got a nice body.
Yeah, Terry Crews, he's very lean. It's the leanness that I'm talking about, I just think. But then, again, I'm 60, I look similar, and I have not, I fast, and he does fast as well. So it's possible he looks, but I think maybe a little bit TNT, 100%.
Number 3, Henry Cavill, a.k.a. Superman.
Yeah, Superman is super steroid.
Number 4, Mike O'Hearn.
I don't know why you'd assume.
Mike O'Hearn.
He claims he is natural.
It's a fucking natural lie if it's natural. Come on. I know how steroids is not natural. It's nothing natural about that picture. So, who the fuck said he was natural? Yeah, it's a fucking.
Eddie Abu is a absolute fucking turd. I can't stand that guy. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight. Pink Badger donate $2. You ever think about putting up the rough design of that Punisher shirt? I thought it looked good before you colored it all white. Maybe another version. What do you mean? So, give me a second. There we are. So, did I? Oh yeah, I think I deleted the original version. Yeah, I deleted the OG version that I uploaded. Because I thought this one was way better. But, like, are you saying you'd like a more graffiti-looking sort of art style? Is that what you're, like, suggesting? Because I was thinking of doing this again and experimenting with other paintbrushes and shit. But thanks for the donation, Pink Badger. Appreciate it.
Back, they might lose all their money. They can do that. That's what they can do. You have to allow them to do that, you know?
Balloon into Greek, getting into multiple.
Once again, especially considering, I don't understand the hypocrisy from these streamers because Amazon has a, or at least at the time, they had a partnership with DraftKings, which is sponsoring their site constantly, which is sports betting, which is the same fucking thing. It's the same exact thing.
Multiple petty controversies with other streamers over the next month, and then blocking all of them on social.
Basic things that you might need for a variety of different procedures, but that's not all. Clamps and scissors and scalpels and surgical tools and ventilators and wheels.
How in the fuck does that look like a Mandalorian logo? Are you insane? Bro, how does that look anything like a Mandalorian logo?
Chairs, obviously a very dangerous weapon, syringes and x-ray machines. So again, some of the most basic stuff you would need to be able to operate like a field hospital or try to get one of the many hospitals that have been bombed back up and running, those have been rejected. And while those are the more critical ones, it gets almost silly in practice sometimes what can be rejected and for what reason. So as perhaps one of the most extreme examples, one US official who visited the Rafah crossing point last month described meeting with aid workers who were deeply frustrated by the seeming arbitrariness of the rejected items. They included a pallet of chocolate croissants, which was apparently blocked because the Israelis deemed them luxury foods inappropriate for a war zone. Bear in mind, there are many people actively starving right now. They could have used those croissants to maintain their life, not to feel luxurious.
So, I have a hard time believing they would reject an aid truck because chocolate croissants were on the aid truck. I just think that is complete and utter bullshit. Like again, what is the likelihood? Okay, the IDF is only inspecting these aid trucks for security reasons. What is the fucking likelihood that the IDF would block an aid truck because chocolate is on it when their job is just to maintain security? Pretty fucking low. So these aid workers are probably lying.
Yes. It's food, it's calories, that's what it is. What does it matter if it's fancy? It's not a weapon, it's not gonna hurt anyone, and it's desperately needed. But anyway, look, we're criticizing this, the aid organizations are criticizing it, journalists.
And by the way, just because you can find instances of these aid trucks being delayed or, not allowed to pass, that doesn't mean there is a massive delay and not enough aid trucks are going in. What's the number currently? It's like something in the 300s. Aid trucks are getting in at like 300 or something per day. Pink Badger donated $2. Yeah, more like graffiti type. It looked like you were just testing out the brushes and brushed through the design without filling it completely white. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, I'll try experimenting with different brushes and see if I can do a different design. Thanks for that donation, Pink Badger.
Lamau, in the Netherlands a porn vid was displayed on a screen in a bus station. Translate the page. If you scroll down, Terry's recording of the blurred screen.
That's really weird. Porno video to Zine Op bus station Arnhem. Porn images were shown for a short time on a screen at Central Station in Arnhem for travelers on Wednesday evening. The municipality of Arnhem confirms this. Pornographic was image displayed for a few minutes on one of the signs, confirms the spokesperson. Fortunately, the images were soon no longer available. Specialized team removed the video as quickly as possible. It's being resolved. How the fuck? So was somebody like literally just watching porn on their desk and then they did an oops? That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, V.
I wonder if they say they stopped the aid cause of croissants but really they stopped it cause of an actual security threat, but they don't want to reveal their busting smuggle attempts so they can keep busting them.
Well, probably. That is another explanation for this. We know that these aid organizations have been infiltrated by Hamas, and Hamas officials are smuggling things in through these aid trucks. We know that. There have been arrests made, and there have been firings from organizations like UNRWA and shit. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Is there anyone here that would like my foreskin? Perhaps for a hoodie or a nice wallet or something. I don't want it anymore.
Human skin doesn't really make good, wallets or purses or anything. It has been confirmed that human skin has been used for lampshades. So during the Holocaust, Nazis did basically skin Jews and turn them into lampshades. There is at least one confirmed case of a Nazi lampshade made out of human skin. It's pretty weird. Thanks for the donation, Bosniak.
Oh my god, that's almost as hilarious as the time pornography was accidentally leaked on the Disney Channel.
Tell me if this has ever happened to you before. You are sitting down watching TV and are watching the show that is expected to be airing, when suddenly the content stops and changes to something completely unexpected. Either a mysterious message, an audio recording, or something that appears to be flat out strange. Chances are you've never experienced this phenomenon in real time before, but there's a good chance you've at least heard about it happening before. When the broadcast signals of TV or cable stations are tapped into by another party without permission, this is called a broadcast signal intrusion or a signal hijacking. And throughout the history of television, there have been many documented cases of parties interrupting broadcast signals to display cryptic messages or simply to mess with the viewing audience. One of the most famous instances of this occurring are the Max Headroom hijackings from November 1987, where an unidentified man, wearing a mask of the character Max Headroom, made a few remarks before participating in a suggestive scene with a woman wearing a maid costume. This happened twice in the same night on 2 TV stations in Chicago, Illinois. But there was one time when it happened that has become quite infamous over the years for how inappropriate the content that was shown really was. and also has not been recovered, making it a piece of lost media too. And compared to the previous examples of news stations and subscription services being targeted, the amount of people watching Disney Channel who would be privy to these past intrusions are involved, that's not several minutes. It just showed up with no warning, and as mentioned previously, spread around news outlets almost immediately.
That's pretty funny. Thanks for that, Nation Dodo.
Do you think masturbation once a day is a net negative, mentally or physically? Thoughts on NoFap?
No, not necessarily. So, if you look up any research on porn use and masturbation, you cannot find, in large-scale population studies, you can't find associations with, regular porn use. So, like watching once per day, masturbating once per day, something like that, and things like sexual dysfunction, mental illness, depression, what is it? Impotence, sexual dysfunction, anything like that. You can only find case reports of certain people having sexual dysfunction from watching porn. And it varies between individuals. Some people get psychological sexual dysfunction from watching pornography and masturbating. But again, in large scale cohorts or cross-sectional surveys, you actually can't find a link. It's only in case reports, so it's pretty rare. Thanks for the, and I mean, NoFap is not going to benefit most people. There are some people who would benefit from it, but not many. Yo, dog, what's up?
Going all right, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Heard Karantos quit Kicker Keep?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I only found out very, very recently, but yeah.
Yeah, somebody just told me on stream. Apparently it's because he got triggered because of the Israel-Gaza thing or something.
Yeah, something to the effect of Destiny hating Muslims, I think was the reason he cited. But yeah, it seems like he's gone. It was weird because last week when I was on stream, I was preparing for Kicker Keep, and there was going to be a new episode on. It was supposed to be, it was last week or something. It was supposed to be like on Monday. It was supposed to be on Monday. And so he messaged me and was like, "Oh, Kicker Keep is canceled." And I was like, "Oh shit, why?" So I called him on stream, and he was like, "Yeah, I just woke up really sick, so I can't do it." And I was like, "All right, take it easy." And then fucking a few days later, I found out he quit. I asked Destiny about it. He said he didn't know. And then after that, I was on Justel's stream last night, and he told me that it was because of the Palestine takes. So, yeah, I mean, if that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. But I guess my understanding is there's a lot of inner turmoil going on right now with the Kicker Keep staff for who's going to be running the show in the future.
That's kind of funny. I think Karantos is super, super soft and gets really fucking easily triggered by the especially by the Israel-Gaza stuff or anything that's anti-Muslim.
I mean, does he live in a Muslim country? Is he from over there?
I have no idea. I don't know where he's from. He doesn't he does have an accent. I don't know if he lives in a Muslim country currently. I know if you live in somewhere like Iran and you run a show like Kicker Keep, you could run into trouble depending on who you invite on. I actually have an arrest warrant out in Iran because of some of the shit I've posted about Islam. Twitter actually Twitter warned me that I have an arrest warrant out in Iran because I made a video about the Prophet Muhammad and how he's like a child rapist and shit.
Well, I guess you can never go to Iran.
Yeah,
Iran,
I wasn't planning to, but
yeah, that's fucking funny. Yeah, that show was pretty good. To be honest, I didn't really understand why people hated Karantos. I just played into it for chat hate, basically, because I thought it was funny to shit on him.
He's kind of
I guess the biggest thing you could give him is
have you ever actually argued with him?
No, I've never talked to him outside of Kicker Keep.
He doesn't seem neurologically normal. It's almost like talking to Sneeko.
Really?
Yeah, like he can't focus. He runs his mouth like fucking crazy. I think he might have ADHD or something, kind of like Sneeko.
Have you talked to Sneeko before?
Yeah, I've talked to him directly once. I was
What
helping
is that
him.
experience like?
Yeah, I was helping him try to get his channel back by talking with him in my MCN at the time, and like again, you can tell there's something wrong with Sneeko. Like he's just not neurologically normal. He admits he has like ADD or ADHD or something. He seems like he might have that and maybe autism, because he can't keep focused. He won't listen to you. He kind of just like talks and goes off topic all the time. It's kind of like that. It's same kind of deal with Karantos, where
That's how it feels like talking to Leafy, honestly. Anytime I
Yeah.
talk to him, it's been that very similar vibe. But it's hard for me to tell where it starts and ends, because I think Sneeko's talked about how he does Adderall like every single day, which I imagine is not good for you and probably could make you kind of cracked. And I know Leafy has done a lot of Adderall in his life, so it's kind of hard for me to tell.
Yeah, but yeah, either Q had problems with. I don't know if he lives in a Muslim majority country or not. I was assuming he lived in the U.S., but if that's the case, he could actually have had problems with the like Muslim authority in his country. Like some Muslim countries literally have morality police. So if they see your online activity and you have a show where people come on and are pro-Israel and they're like talking about how Islam is bullshit, that could get you into trouble. But he's super, super sensitive if you ever criticize like Islam.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's probably something. He's probably pretty passionate about his religion or whatever.
Yeah, he is passionate about defending a guy who's a mass murdering child rapist.
Are you talking about Muhammad?
Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, I don't know a lot about the Muslim
Oh,
faith. I know the
dude.
meme of like him and the 9-year-old wife or whatever, but that's all I
He
really know.
is one of the worst individuals in all of history. I would compare him to like Hitler, Stalin, Mao. He is a evil, evil person.
Interesting.
And this is directly from the Quran. One of the stories made in the Quran, it's just baffling how people believe in this shit. Prophet Muhammad was broke as fuck. He was a broke boy. He went to Jews to ask them for money, and they were money lenders at the time. So basically, they ran banks. Now he wanted to take out a loan without having to pay any money back. So he said, give me a shit ton of money, but I'm not going to pay you back, but I'll make sure that Allah gives you a special place in heaven.
Right.
So then the Jews obviously rejected his offer, saying that, okay, well, if you're a real prophet and God is following you, God can give you all the money and wealth you need. Why the fuck do you need us? Well, he waited a few years until he built up an army. He went back to those Jews, murdered them all. He murdered thousands of them in this tribe, murdered all the male children, many adult women, and he kept women and children for himself as sex slaves for him and his followers. And one of the women, he murdered her husband, forced her to marry her that same day, and then raped her later that night. And according to Muslims, this woman realized like that this was actually the prophet of God and he's a righteous man, and that's why she decided to marry him. Like that's the cope that Muslims make. When this guy literally just murdered people because he's a vindictive asshole who thinks he just deserves money, and he was pissed off that Jews refused him money, so he murdered everybody and then kept all the women as sex slaves.
Wow. It's pretty crazy that Greek god X. Muhammad did that. That's nuts. Damn, shit. That's fucking insane. I didn't know that.
Yo, dude, if you want some
have you spent a lot
fire
of time
shit,
reading the Quran?
If you want some fire shit to react to on stream, There's a guy who runs a anti-Islam channel. I think it's Nabil. Let me see.
You can do that kind of stuff on YouTube still? I didn't know you could like target people's religion like that. I thought that was anti-TOS or something.
No, you can. As long as as long as it's not considered bullying and harassment, so as long as it's not directed towards individuals and you're just criticizing the ideology itself, it's totally fine. So,
interesting.
Yeah. Check out Nabi Asli, Nabiasli. He has a lot of... Yeah, Nabiasli.
He's got 100K subs, okay.
Yeah, he does amazing videos breaking down Quranic texts and hadiths, which are basically they're historical recordings of what the Prophet Muhammad has done, and he does animated videos about it. So if you want to know more about Islam and watch some funny-ass videos on Islam, that's some good shit to react to on stream. It'll blow your mind.
Gotcha. I appreciate the rec. How are you doing lately, buddy? How's it going?
Not too bad. Mental health's been kind of up and down, but training's going good overall. I benched 355 for 4 sets of 3 last session.
Nice.
So I'm almost at 405.
Nice. That's awesome. Also on that Instagram thing, did you get my message about the invoice or whatever?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'll take a look at that after stream because I've just been on all day.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
so
appreciate the call, man.
Is there going to be a kick or keep on Monday?
Yes, Monday, kick or keep, 6 p.m. I said that you would be there, so.
Okay, cool.
Yep, kick or keep, 6 p.m. I'm hosting, so I'll be the host. So I know Gokanairu is going to be there. I think one of the Fresh and Fit producers is going to be there. I think Murkoff the Perk is going to be there, and that's all I really know. So.
Okay, dope. Do you know what the topics are going to be?
I don't yet, but I think I'll know Sunday.
Okay. Is there a rule against giving out topics beforehand?
I'm not sure. I can ask them. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good to know.
We could work a secret agreement. Just kidding. Yeah. I would never spill the topic. I would never spill the topic. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. But is there anything else you want to talk about?
No. I just wanted to know about the kick or keep situation.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for calling in, bro.
All right, man.
Glad to hear
Take care.
You're doing all right.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
See, NoFap Faggots donated $2.
Do not jerk off, which I did do that, which was probably a mistake. Continue with semen retention after the fight, so I'm just horny and angry all the time for no reason. Tell people it's a good idea.
I also haven't nutted since Tuesday, which is where I came up with the idea I'm dripping. So I've been pissing pre-cum. So I thought it would be funny if I started saying, you like that shit? I thought it would be mad funny if I just was screaming, I'm dripping, because it's true.
I'm dripping! I'm dripping, Thompson! I'm dripping! I'm a dolphin! I'm wet! Are you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm dripping!
Public urination wizard with the 15 Sam. Do you think there's any truth to all that semen retention? I know it's sort of a meme and joke now, but I was curious to know how you feel about it. Saw you mention it in your post-boxing interview.
Yeah, I did it for like 7 days before that fight, and it did not make me more athletic. It just made me incredibly horny.
Was it just bad for you? In the fight?
It was just bad for me for the fight. It was bad for the chubby girl running around doing fight promotion stuff too.
Based. The Only Path donated $2. James McAvoy plays a psycho and force feeds a vegetarian chicken.
This is my husband, Ben.
Patrick Feld, this is my wife, Kira.
This is Agnes. Remind you I'm a vegetarian.
Our gift to you.
That is so...
Louise, doctor's orders.
Very good.
Settle in, I promise.
Yeah, only a fucking vegetarian would eat chicken.
Also the Nazis made lamps of the skin of the Jews they killed. Good grief, they were even more sick than most of us thought.
Yeah, they were pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Karantos lives in Somalia. Not a joke.
Let me see. Somalia, Muslim Authority. "2022 report on international religious freedom, Somalia. The Provisional Federal Constitution provides for the rights of individuals to practice their religion, makes Islam the state religion, prohibits the propagation of any religion other than Islam, and stipulates all laws must comply with the general principles of Sharia. Most areas of the country beyond Greater Mogadishu remain outside federal government control. Federal member state FMS admissions include Puntland, Jubaland, Southwest State, Hirschbel, Galmudug, and self-declared independent Somaliland govern their respective jurisdictions through local legislation but do not fully control them. Somaliland's constitution declares Islam its official religion, prohibits Muslims from converting to another religion, bars the propagation of any religion other than Islam, and requires all laws to comply with the general principles of Sharia." So it's entirely possible that Q had to stop doing Kick or Keep because people are coming on, like me, criticizing Islam and defending Israel. It's possible. If he lives in Somalia. Whenever I think of Somalia, I just think of like bombed out rat shitholes. Like, do they even have internet? Like, this does not look like a place that has internet, but like, I guess they would have, at least in some areas. Yeah, it looks like some places are wealthier than others. Like, this looks okay-ish. Well, thanks for that donation, Caleb.
On the topic of abortion and sentience, do you personally take the precautionary approach to being against abortion, like after 12 weeks, or would you be against after 20 weeks? Also, can you give reasons for why cats like Audi are complete garbage despite their image?
So, I take the view that sentience probably arises at 16 weeks. That's just based off of some assumptions during fetal development. The earliest time that you could even make an argument for sentience appearing in a fetus would be 8 weeks. But I think it's probably at 16 weeks that you can safely assume that a fetus is sentient. The Audis are terrible cars. If you look at like the price versus performance, so, you know, just raw numbers like horsepower, 0 to 60 time, lap times around a racetrack, Audis are overpriced. So it's hard to make an argument for getting an Audi if you're looking for pure performance, because they're overpriced for what you're getting. You may as well go with something like a Mercedes or BMW. Secondly, they are well known for being probably the worst car manufacturer for reliability. All Audis go to complete shit when they reach around 100,000 miles. You do not get much mileage out of Audis. They basically just become scrap heaps by 100K or 100 miles. And it doesn't make sense to maintain them past that point because, like, each maintenance interval, you're going to be spending thousands and thousands of dollars just to keep the car running. And by that time, the car is depreciated in value so much that it doesn't make sense to keep, paying those sorts of maintenance costs. And even if you want to keep these cars running, let's say you just have some sort of emotional connection to the car. After 3 or 4 years, even if you have the money, it can be hard to keep those cars running because Audi doesn't make replacement parts like other manufacturers do. So past 3 or 4 years, they're going to stop making replacement parts for their cars. And then you just can't keep them running anymore unless you're willing to wait 6 months to a year for a single replacement part to come in. And then you can finally use your car again. So they're just pieces of fucking junk, and you can look at the interior, the way the cars are put together. It doesn't make sense for the money you're paying. They're just pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Do Jews like money?
Yes, they do. I think just about everybody likes money, though. I don't think that's unique to Jews.
You guys.
Thanks for the donation.
How long's it been?
17
Poppy
years.
Pear.
17 years.
Right with him.
But didn't you say you were a doctor?
Did I? Yeah. Look at their faces. Of course I'm a bloody doctor. Agnes, why don't you and Aunt show us the dance that you've been working on? What's wrong with you? Just feel the rhythm in... And what is wrong with you? Just feel the rhythm in your feet. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the one.
What is wrong with you? I want to pack up the car and I want to leave right now.
I'm just sad to see you go.
We've been pretending it's normal since we got here. Dad?
Speak no evil. That looks like it could be good. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Oh my god. That poor capybara is being assaulted by the turtle. Very handsome. Let me see. Oh my goodness. So beautiful. Bongo. Wow. That's a pretty deer. Ooh, a tapir. Wow, that is a handsome tapir. Look at their noses. Oh my god, that is a special nose. This dog is made fun of and called ugly. Oh, that's a sweet dog. All dogs are nice. Just a good boy. Oh my god, it's a baby wombat. Oh my god, so chunky. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Ho Rogan donated $2. Is it just me, or does this creep have a boner?
I'm big. I'm big. I'm brave. I'm big. I'm beautiful. I'm
Yeah, it looks like he is aroused for some reason. Good singer. Let me see. Oh, that was ear rape. Read captions.
Order of the day.
These blacks are then time spells. Volts
Special place for Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a very dear friend of mine in Israel.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
BB, yeah?
BB, yes.
BB, yeah. That will give the charity for him and to tell him that certainly he will continue to hold on to the hard life as before. And he will be occasion to add the strength. He certainly finds strength in himself to continue it for the time being and after that.
Thank you.
עסקים סודרים סדיקים מאיר בתשע עשר אנשים. ורדיו והתפלשנו כאילו שהקודש ברוך הוא לצד הזה. ברכה והצלחה. ניסים של הקודש ברוך הוא. ברכה והצלחה.
Who is this? He's just a fan of Netanyahu? What am I fucking watching? Well, anyway, thanks for the nation, Ho Rogan.
Richard Burgess and Richard Burgess and Richard Burgess and Richard Burgess and Richard Burgess Kumar Muhammad III King of Vegantonia and Richard Burgess and Richard Guna Nigwas and Richard Sand Monkey Coon Nigwas and Camel Looking Jungle Nigwas.
Alright, well thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Richard Burgess.
I misworded in the chat. I meant to say it would look more Mandalorian if you were to move the horns and make him it's a tusk.
Oh, I see. It still wouldn't look like the Mandalorian logo, really. The Mandalorian logo is like pretty simple, so I don't think it would make it look like a Mandalorian logo. Thanks for that donation, though, Grey Knight.
Would it be morally permissible to consume carnivorous fish like salmon and tuna? If so, then what's stopping you from arguing eating both would be vegan?
Probably not. The reason being is oceanic ecosystems are kind of complex, and most fish are carnivorous. So even though salmon are carnivorous, they're also eating smaller carnivorous fish. So they may be preventing a greater degree of rights violations from occurring. So if you eat the salmon, that means there's going to be more carnivorous fish.
You look well rested. New Frank vids to watch.
Yeah, I just woke up from a long nap. I am pretty well rested. Thanks for the donation, Sam. And let me see. Frank Tufano. It appears as though there are not any new vids, but he might have some new shorts. Yeah, we can check these out. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
It's not a matter of eating fresher meat. Regardless of how fresh the meat is, if your body can't digest it and break it down, even, the most recently slaughtered chicken or beef will replicate your histamine intolerance regardless. The temperature of your digestive system plus the high moisture and bacterial environment, doesn't matter how fresh the meat is. If your body's not digesting it, you're gonna have histamine issues just from protein on its own. Whether it's slaughtered today, tomorrow, next week, that is not nearly as significant as your body's ability to break down the protein and digest it, and correspondingly deal with the amines produced.
Okay.
I don't eat more than 8 ounces of meat on average per meal. Maybe I'll splurge once a week and have a nice big steak. I'll have even less than that a lot of the time. 1 pound to 1.5 pounds of.
That is still a lot of meat. Isn't the daily recommended intake of meat like 4 ounces? And it's not even supposed to be red meat.
Meat per day. Any more than that is going to go undigested. Of course, if you're a bodybuilder.
That is not true.
Or you're a really big guy like, 6'3".
Yeah, any amount of protein you intake, you're going to digest.
6'4" and have a large frame, you're well over 200 pounds naturally, then yeah, you're gonna eat a lot more protein. But for the average person, 1 pound of meat a day is usually plenty, especially if it's...
like the recommended daily intake for meat is like 4 ounces, and you're supposed to be eating like non-red meat, so like fish or chicken or something.
High quality. You know, average Joe, 150-pound twink on the carnivore
1 pound of meat is an insane
diet does
amount
not
of meat.
need 3
per
pounds
day.
of meat. You know, that is not healthy.
Frank is a fucking idiot.
Protein, especially when compared to the other macronutrients, fats and carbohydrates, is very difficult to digest. From chewing to the stomach, small intestine,
It is not difficult to digest.
and beyond, it requires a lot more work than pretty much any non-protein based food. That combined with the tendency to overeat, at least in America, can make increasing your dietary protein a bad thing. Normally when someone's eating a lot of chicken, drinking protein shakes, they're viewed as healthy. Oh yeah, high protein diet, bro. But in reality, could be damaging their bodies in a different way.
Yeah, high protein diets are not harmful.
By staying in a room for hours and hours and hours at a time with the windows closed, especially in the winter when there's not a lot of air circulation, you know, you're breathing in all that oxygen, you're exhaling CO2, and the CO2 levels in the room are slowly rising over the course of that. You feel drowsy. As they get higher and higher, you can start having sleepiness, headaches, poor concentration, loss of attention, even like slight heart palpitations, increased carbon
Okay,
dioxide.
we've seen these already. Well, that is Frank for tonight. David,
Got a drop on this flexin' nigger, he from Tennessee. I had a thought she be with the shits, she told me where he be. I said foss ho. Baby let me know. If you wanna eat she like, Von you already know, just put your girl on fleek. Im like, cool, I can do that boo.
Well, those are some sick rhymes. Thanks for the donation, Michael Bizarro. David Sheriff, the Coomer, donated $2. Camry, Corolla, or Civic overall, Blackie. Those are all good cars. If you want more performance, the Civic R would probably be the best choice, but they're all good cars. The Corolla probably has the best track record for reliability. Camry second, Civic probably third. But they're all good cars. Thanks for that donation, David.
All those killed animals.
Yeah, if only Frank could be one of those animals that are being killed. Thanks for that donation, Sam. Black Lotus donated $2. You should meditate to this sometime. It fits your archetype. By the way, who's next on the hit list in the Carnotard community? Gabriel Leone, Paul Saladino. I'm not sure. The next video I'm gonna make is probably gonna be on fake vegans feeding their animals meat. So like what's his name? Simnet Nutrition. Gonna call him out. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm not gonna meditate while listening to that. It would just distract me. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Not sure if you talked about it last couple streams, so I don't know her take on the Apple River stuff. Just give me a teaser of her thoughts.
This guy seems like a whack job. It seems as though he was just doing some Karen shit. And these kids were just making fun of him. Then he attacked a girl, and then they started shoving him and telling him to get lost. Then I think the first person he stabbed was a girl. So very hard to make a self-defense case when your first victim is a girl. And then he attacked somebody who was trying to de-escalate the situation and telling everybody to calm down. Like, this clearly was not a case of self-defense. And, look, I'm one of the most, like, pro-self-defense, pro-Second Amendment people as they come, but when you're in a situation where nobody has a weapon, their intent clearly isn't to harm you and they just want you to fuck off, pulling out a knife on unarmed people who are not like an actual physical threat to you is just unhinged. It's kind of like if a baby were to come up to me and start tugging at my pants. Like, the baby can't hurt me. It might be annoying me. And say if I walk away a few steps, the baby crawls, over to me again, starts tugging at my pants. I can't stab the baby as much as I'd like to. So that's basically the situation here. These kids were not trying to like drown him and make him suffocate to death. They were just telling him to like get the fuck lost. He was the one who escalated the situation to begin with. And he just fucking stabbed a bunch of unarmed people, including people who were clearly not a physical threat to him and people who were trying to de-escalate the situation. So this guy's fucked. Thanks for the donation though, Caleb. Greta donated $2. Dude, come on, does this look staged? Let me see.
We are here because we are facing an existential crisis. We are in a planetary emergency, and we are not going to stand by and let people lose their lives.
I lost a ton of respect for Greta Thunberg for supporting Palestine.
And livelihood, and be forced to become climate refugees. When we
It's not staged. I mean, that's just how protests go. Do you believe in invisible labor?
2 pieces of invisible labor that I realized that Alyssa has been doing during the 6 days that she was gone. I know I shared in a couple other videos, she's been gone for 5th, this will be her 6th day. She's coming back this afternoon. A couple days ago, I made a video saying, hey, this is a good opportunity for me to find out what are those things that she's consistently doing that I'm unaware of or I'm not doing myself. Here are the 2 that I found. Number 1, so we consistently feed our cats wet food throughout the day. What I never do because they eat it so slowly is dry food. I realized that this got empty today, as well as they're usually drinking out of Aspen's water bowl, our dog, but she actually fills up this water. And number 2, and Swiffer, if you're listening, I'd like to do a brand deal. She's the one that plugs in my favorite appliance. This bad boy I use all the time. Probably...
Calling it invisible labor is fucking stupid. It's just shit people do that you don't know about. Let me see, lol. Baptism goes wrong as baby face plants into water. Gross. Babies are just so fucking disgusting, dude. What? Yeah, there we go. Get fucked. Thanks for the donation, Greta.
Do you think Victor Zsasz will be another good hypothetical for preventing rights violations? I know. Because of his urge to kill people so he can carve more tally marks on his skin.
Well, yeah. Zsasz is another example of how retarded Batman is. This guy keeps escaping, keeps killing people, but Batman has this no-kill rule, so he's only causing more rights violations by allowing people like Victor Zsasz to live. Batman's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Willmage.
Why do religious groups say it's bad to waste your seed to jerk off, and if you don't come in a vagina it's bad? God forbids it? Where is the evidence sperm suffers? It's fucking weird, lol. It's natural and causes no rights violations.
I don't think there's anything in any religious text aside from maybe Islam, maybe, that talks about masturbation. It's just a lot of religious people have sexual hang-ups. So, like, that's really the only explanation for it. Thanks for the donation, SARS-CoV.
What you want some shoes? Jimmy Choo, with a handbag too, red or baby blue? She gets to smile and she not used to this cause she ain't used to shit. I'm just laughing, could have been a pimp the way I move my lips.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Michael Bizarro. Sengoku donated $2. You mean to tell me I have to work 40 plus hours a week just to enjoy 48? And I have to work until 65 to 70 just to be able to start enjoying life. Who the fuck designed this system? Yeah, engineers in the early 20th century actually suspected that because of mechanization and automation, by this time we'd have like 6 to 8 hour work weeks. But that did not happen, unfortunately. I don't know why, but nobody had the bright idea of taking advantage of automation to reduce the amount we work, but instead they just kept working hours the same, if not increasing them, and just massively increasing productivity. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation. Autist donate $2. What do you think about people who are extremely low on the autism spectrum but make it their entire identity? I think they're just begging for attention.
With these two symbols representing autism, and even if you don't know much about autism, tell me you don't agree. The beef with this one is it suggests autistic people are incomplete or are missing pieces of their humanity. The beef with this one is that it suggests there's an infinite number of ways autistic brains can be different, but a finite number of brains means a finite number of differences. Which brings us to the question I've been dying to ask. What do we think about the fingerprint as
There isn't a finite number of brains. Don't know if you noticed this, but people breed like monkeys.
the new symbol for autism?
Here's your autism. Here's your autism.
Your autism and my autism both are the same, and now we're gonna make both different. You press your finger in, and it's gonna make a fingerprint. That's pretty good. I wanna try too. Can I try? I have 3.
Different.
They are different, that's right.
What are you making?
What are you making? Autism.
It emphasizes the uniqueness of our struggles and support needs. It highlights the individuality of our strengths, and it feels like the best illustration of the phrase different, not less. If you love this idea as much as I do, grab one of these shirts by clicking the link in my bio and use code FINGERPRINT for a 10% off.
Yeah, that is gay. Very gay. Also this.
Today over ice cream, an acquaintance asked me what my cult experience was like. Turns out he was asking about the church I grew up in. Because of the autism, my brain defaults to thinking in extremes. It takes conscious effort for me to see gray areas. He asked about my cult experience, but I didn't have one of those. So I told him the truth, which was that my church experience was all right, but that didn't feel like the right answer. So my brain decided now would be a great time to share that embarrassing story about my purity ring in youth group. We all had purity rings to signify that we were not going to be intimate with anybody before marriage. My dad came for visitation the weekend after I got my purity ring, and he took us to like some woods vacation for a
purity rings. So dads who bring their daughters to church and make them take these purity vows, they're pedophiles and they want to have sex with their daughters. It is creepy as fuck. There is no fucking reason why a father would try to protect their daughter's chastity, other than they want to be the ones to fuck their daughters.
a while. Well, I lost my purity ring in the cabin. So when I came back to church the following week, they were like, Kaylin, why don't you have your purity ring? We just got them 2 weeks ago. And I was like, oh yeah, I lost it in the woods with my father. But I didn't see at the time how that might be taken, and not because it was an overall reflection of my church experience.
This girl's annoying. Thanks for the donation, Autist. Dodo donated $2. Did you see Hamza mention you
I'm
at
back.
Oh, wait.
So the conjunctive traits are not human plus sentience of a non-human plus not physically or mentally recognizable as the kind of being I would consider human-like, and the trait namer does consider all simians, including Homo species, human-like.
Not human, sentience of a non-human, not physically or mentally recognizable as the kind of being I would consider human-like. Okay, so the trait is not human, non-human sentience, not physically or mentally recognizable, and it has to be all three at once. Yeah, so, So just tell him to go through the, So just tell him to go through the history of human evolution. So we have Homo neanderthalis, Heidelbergensis, Erectus, Australopithecus, Australopithecus bozii, Australopithecus gari. Just tell him how far back do we have to go until it's okay to annihilate the species. So that's the way I would deal with that sort of trait stack. And if he's going to say, like, oh, you can go, like, so far back that, you know, we're basically monkeys, then, like, okay, are monkeys off the table then? Like, are modern monkeys off the table then because we share an evolutionary history? They're human-like? Like, it's kind of fucking stupid. But, yeah, just show him examples of, you know, the species that we used to be, our ancient ancestors. Keep going back further and further and further until he says, yep, they're too monkey-like. Thanks for the donation, though. Curious. Dodo donated $2. Did you see Hamza mention you at 2013? Do you think Dr. Mike is smart?
I can't wait.
Dr. Mike is smart. Why your brain can't focus. Let's see this stupid shit. Apparently he mentions me. Yeah, Dr. Mike is smart.
Break it big. And I mentioned it to them there, like, you know, my diet's really clean, and so I usually get into a flow state. I have zero thoughts whilst I work. And some vegan tried to do like a reaction video saying like, oh yeah, we can see you've got no brain, or, you know, he was trying to like just like mock me or something.
I got under his skin. And I triggered him.
I saw all the comments were saying the same thing. They timestamped the bit where I said, like, I've got no thoughts in my brain, but I came in to do this podcast, where I was talking about being in a flow state, and all these vegans were trying to make fun of me, saying like, oh yeah, see, like, he's brain dead. But all I could think was,
I challenged you to a debate, but I see you're too scared. But I see you're too scared to debate a vegan, and instead you just make some passive aggressive comments talking about me without directly engaging with me. This is your brain on the carnivore diet.
like, vegans don't even know about flow states. They just eat so much garbage, manipulated vegetables, which are covered in pesticides, that they don't even know about the concept of flow state. So, you know, fuck.
Challenge you to debate, but I see you're too scared to debate a vegan. Instead, you just make some passive-aggressive comments talking about me without directly engaging with me. If vegans eat so much garbage that is causing their minds not to function properly, then you shouldn't have a problem Defeating me in a debate. There we go.
Welcome, let them have it. But when you meditate more, and also when you like do the rest of the things, your attention span will just increase, which is a very beautiful thing. So I can actually tell you those days when I used to meditate in 2020 for literally like 60 minutes a day. I used to.
By the way, what's funny is I also criticized him for being weak, which he is. For the amount of time he's been training and for his size and body weight, he's pretty weak. I think his max bench is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 240, which again, he's 200 pounds. So a 240-pound bench is not good. But he doesn't mention that. He just makes some passive-aggressive comments about something I said about him being stupid.
Do you still disagree with Vegan Society's definition of veganism? Cause your definition of veganism is actually the definition of sentientism.
So, yes, I disagree with the Vegan Society's definition of veganism, and no. My definition of veganism is not sentientism. There might be overlaps with some of the values, but it's not the definition of sentientism. Thanks for the donation, incorrectly you.
My auntie is a man now. I think I'm old enough to understand now. Drinking Paul Masson with her hat turned backwards, Motorola pager, off-white guest jacket. D blue. Baguette, we can say it together. But only if you let the white girl say Nikki.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Michael Bizarro. Mike donated $2. What's your opinion on Nissans, also Lexus or Acura? Nissans are terrible cars. They're built like shit. The only good cars they make are the GTR and the 350Z and the new, what is it, 400 or 450Z? Lexus and Acura are good. They're just Toyotas and Hondas. Just they're the more higher end luxury brand. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
To meditate for 20 minutes 3 times a day back in like that year. My brain was very still, and I was actually significantly happier then than I was right now. These days, I most likely to cope and I say like, oh, I don't really have time for it. It's just kind of boring to do. I don't really want to do it. But it's been in my mind for like months, even years, that I really want to get back to that like high volume practice, because it gave me a lot of peace in my life. I was significantly happier back then. These days, you know, I won't lie to you, like I actually had a little period recently of like just watching fucking Instagram reels. It gets me every now and then, like maybe like once a month or twice, let's say 10, 20 times a year, there'll be a period for like a few days where I end up like consuming content like a fucking normie, and I'm watching reels and shorts and stuff. And it's horrible. It's like, you know, it's kind of funny at first, and I'm watching memes and everything. And then after a few days of watching it for like 1 or 2 hours a day, I get so sick of it and disgusted by myself, and I'm like pissed off about it. And I feel the difference. Like I literally have felt over the last few days after having that little content, like short barrage, that my attention span is worse, that I'm actually less happy, that I'm like, you know, my attention is going, I can't focus as much. I don't really want to do like this like deepest work that I usually like to do. So just be careful, because if you want to hands from an entrepreneur, hard it is, right? Many people.
I might make a response to this video because he mentions me directly. Hamza is a fucking bitch, dude. What a fucking scared little child.
All right, now he just gets hit in the face.
On the river. I heard about it. You heard about it? Yeah, and I seen people gather around.
He was, not only did he hear about it, he was intimately involved in it.
Yeah, calling each other names, but, you know, that's seen that all day.
When you're making up stories and you're making up facts, it's definitely not good for you. We know he's the guy that fucking stabbed him. And he's acting like, no, I was over here and I heard some people, but, I don't know anything. Who, me? What? What, are you going to believe me or that video that you got?
As to count one of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew.
Another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers. You're another way to interact with fans and taken into custody. This guy named Nikolai Mew, he's from actually Minnesota. He's from New Prague, Minnesota. He goes to the Apple River. Now, the Apple River is a kind of a deal where they drop you off upriver with an inner tube, and you hop in the inner tube, and you float down the river, the Apple River, and you drink, and you drink, and you drink, and it's kind of rowdy, and something always bad happens there, it seems like. People are dying, at least a couple a year. So Nikolai was there, and he was drunk, and somebody lost their cell phone, whether it was his wife or whoever it was. So he starts out, with a mask and a snorkel, like looking for it, and he's around these people. I don't think he asked him, have you guys seen a cell phone around here? I need to look for a cell phone. He's just he's quiet, actually. And so these people start making fun of him. One of them calls him a raper. They say that he's looking for young girls and he's going to rape young girls or something like that. And then a crowd of people starts attacking him, verbally and physically. He had a knife with him. It's unclear as to why he had the knife. I think it's maybe because they tied the tubes together, and I'm not sure exactly why he had the knife. But if they tie the tubes together, they need a knife to untie him, I guess. But in any event, he stabs 5 people. One person is critically injured and lost her life. Another one, a young girl, gets disemboweled and has to have, you'll see her scar in a minute.
Holy fuck.
She had to have surgery to put her stomach back into place. But they're drunk too.
Yeah, dude, when you're stabbing a teenage girl, very, very difficult to claim self-defense. Like,
I never have a case that ends in violence that started out with weed. Never. Because guess what? The only thing you really give a shit about after you had a bunch of weed is maybe probably getting something to eat. But with alcohol, whether it's domestic violence or whatever, but there was video of this incident, and now he's on the fucking hook for murder 1, intentional, reckless homicide, and a bunch of other degrees, 21 counts in all. And his trial's over, and the verdict or the jury is out. Now, I'll get to some things about the jury, but let's take a look right now at the actual footage from the event itself.
What is he on? Whoa! Oh God! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, so he instigated things.
Now, when kids get together and they get a little mob-like mentality, they can get unruly. And that seems like what's going on here a little bit. I don't know why he's not talking to them, because he's probably just drunk and it is what it is. But he's not telling them what he's trying to do.
What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Skip it. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say?
So one of the things they do is you go down the Apple River, you have usually a tube that's, and I don't do this shit because this is not my scene, but they put a bunch of beer into a cooler, and that has its own inner tube, and so it's it's a good time, and it is what it is.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that?
No, they're really ramping this up, and he's not doing anything. It's suspicious that I see it. So there's no reason for them. I mean, you know how kids can get, right? Young teenagers are.
Look who I found today.
Oh my god. Look at that chunky toad. Wow, look how bumpy he is. That's a nice bumpy little guy. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib. That's a nice toad you found.
Older teenagers, especially.
Who the hell is this?
It doesn't matter.
He said he was looking for a little girl. You're looking for a little girl? Yeah. That's exactly what he said. We're not out. I didn't have that part on camera, did I?
He's not even doing anything. I don't know what they're so upset about. And now keep in mind, I don't know what the context is before the video, but he's looking for a cell phone.
What the hell is that problem, bro? We're trying to have fun.
See, he waves over to his people, because he's got, and that's going to be an issue later on. So the first strike, it appears to me that it comes from the group. Because he's not messing with the group. The girl slaps him or does what she does.
Pretty iconic, can't say not motivating.
Let me take a look.
22 hours a day, or like what? How many
I
hours?
was working, so 7 days a week, sleeping at the factory. I worked in the paint shop, general assembly, body shop.
You ever worry about yourself imploding? Like it's just too much?
Absolutely. No one should put this many hours into work.
Elon Musk does not work nearly as many fucking hours as he claims. You can look at his Twitter activity versus the amount of hours he claims to be working. This guy is on Twitter constantly. He tweets constantly. When he says he's working, that just means he could be anywhere, sitting at like on a chair, just tweeting. That's not work.
This is not good. And people should not work this hard. They should not do this. This is too. When I was young, I didn't really know what I was going to do when I got older. The things that we take for granted today would be you'd be burned at the stake for.
2000 and... Can we just break for a second?
Sure, of course.
I had maybe $30 million left, or $30 or $40 million left in 2008. I had two choices. I could put it all into one company, and then the other company would definitely die, or split it between the two companies. But if I split it between the two companies, then both might die. And when you put your blood, sweat, and tears into creating something.
Yeah, Elon Musk is just an idiot. He doesn't work as hard as he fucking claims. He's full of shit. Just ask any of his employees, ask any of his security staff. He's just tweeting all day. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
And it doesn't look like he's being aggressive with them at all. That's important because if you provoke the fight, you can't claim self-defense. And you'll see later on, it's the allegation that he punched the girl in the face, and that's why they threw him on the ground. But you don't really see that here. All right, now he just gets hit in the face. When you're on the ground in the water, that's arguably a different scenario than if you're just on the ground on land. You're drunk, and now they're pushing you around. I think he comes up here with the knife. Yeah, he's got
the first person he stabbed was a teenage girl.
a knife in his hand at this point. See how fast that happened? That's also something that should be taken into consideration when the jury decides whether this was self-defense or not. This isn't something like he takes his time, he picks out his victim, and he stabs his victim. It is a chaotic scene, and it happens like that. So let's just rewind it a little bit and take a look at the end. He's got, now, if you look at, zoom in there at 2 minutes, he's got that knife in his hand. He's not using it yet, it doesn't appear, but he's got the knife in his hand at 2 minutes into the video. Now, why these guys are continuing to screw with him when he's got a knife in his hand, maybe they don't even see it because it is chaotic.
What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying, bro! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
So you see how fast that happened? I mean, it was just seconds. I mean, this is not like he's just running around stabbing people. He was being attacked, and it happened within seconds.
Is this real? Is this real? Oh my god! Who is that? Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this real? Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? Is this real? Wait! That's not bite! That's not bite! That's not bite! That's not bite! That's not Isaac! Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Alright, so the whole thing, that whole video is 3 minutes and 25 seconds long. The stabbing is just a seconds. Really small part of it. The bullying, the beating, whatever you want to call it, them attacking him is longer than the stabbing. If he's the provocateur, he can't avail himself of self-defense. And it's clear that the judge in this case has allowed the self-defense claim to go on. Here's what happens. When you claim self-defense, normally the burden is on the prosecutor to prove their case, right? And when you claim self-defense, it's up to the defense to prove that there's some evidence of self-defense. Okay, so and it has to meet certain elements. You can't just get self-defense. So you have to prove that there's some plausible theory of self-defense, and it can't be the provocateur. You can't and everything has to be reasonable. So, but it's a very low burden for it's called the burden of production. Is really what it's called. And so it's up to the defense to prove that by just a small amount. Then once you get that defense, it is up to the state to prove that it wasn't self-defense. Let me just read to you what the law is in Wisconsin. Self-defense is an issue in this case. The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if the defendant believed there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with the defendant's person. And when you're dealing with deadly force, it has to be threat of death or great bodily harm. And the defendant believed that the amount of force the defendant used or threatened was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and the defendant's belief was reasonable.
They were just shoving him. Like, that's it. One dude hit him in the face, but they were just shoving him. Like, there's no need for him to take out a knife.
A belief may be reasonable, even though mistaken. In determining whether the defendant's belief was reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that exist.
UFC 300s tomorrow? Who's fighting?
At the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's belief must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time the defendant acts, and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. In other words, you got to see the situation as it was unfolding.
Okay, then where do you rank Elon? Rank these individuals lowest to highest IQ. Blaha, Huberman, Elon Musk, Frank Tufano, Dr. K, Dr. Ravi, Lane Norton, Fresh Prince CEO. Begin.
Okay, so from highest intelligence to lowest intelligence, Dr. Avi would definitely be at the top. Dr. K would probably be next. Then Huberman. Then, oh wait, actually, sorry.
What if they say the point in our evolutionary tree they consider animals to not be human-like is prosimians and all animals besides simians? Prosimians don't even look like monkeys. Is that really a bullet bite if they say they're fine to kill prosimians?
Well, it kind of is, because they're suggesting that it would be okay to eliminate all of humanity, because if you were to go back in time and kill all prosimians, humanity wouldn't exist anymore. So it is a bit of a bullet bite. And again, you can just run a reductio where there's, say, a person who's mentally disabled and deformed who's born. Like, you should also bring up the specific problem of one of the traits requiring you to look like a human. So, like, so let's say, like, a cow was born. A cow was born from a normal cow, but that cow happened to be as intelligent and sentient as a human being. Like, presumably, they wouldn't be okay with killing a cow that has the same level of intelligence and sentience as a human being and can, like, even talk and do math and everything. So I would just point out how they don't actually believe that looking like a human really matters. Also, depending, like, racists have also used this sort of terminology before. So if you look at, like, Nazi propaganda at the time, they tried to act as though anybody who wasn't part of the Aryan race was basically subhuman. So that included Jews, blacks, anybody who was, like, black and brown and wasn't white. They were basically a subhuman class. So if you're going to say that not looking human-like is a feature, you could say black people don't look human-like. It's a very vague, arbitrary type of term. So I would just point out first, it would be my strategy to first point out, they don't actually they're not being serious when they say, oh, well, looking like a human is a trait. Because again, in other circumstances, they wouldn't care. If we lived in a society where black people weren't considered like human or considered subhuman, if like a cow was born with human intelligence, like they wouldn't be in favor of killing a cow with human or any other species with human-like intelligence. Could be an alien. Let's say we met an alien species that was just as smart, if not smarter than us. They wouldn't be in favor of killing those aliens. So the looking like a human thing is just bullshit. And then you can just run the other traits. So basically you're down to a mentally disabled human being. So that's a strategy you could use. Thanks for the donation, though, Curious. Okay, so ranking from smartest to dumbest, Dr. Avi, Lane Norton, Dr. K, Huberman, Fresh Prince CEO, Blaha, and then Frank Tufano. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
Sup VG, look what happened in my city, she is nuts.
Let me see. This anti-Israeli protester rants about how the security at the meeting is unnecessary and just meant to intimidate right before she threatens to murder the Bakersfield City Council members in their homes. She's now facing 16 felony charges. Oh, what a dumb bitch.
Hi there, my name is Riddhi Patel. I'm here to speak in support of the City Council introducing a ceasefire resolution, specifically the one United Liberation Front has drafted. I don't have faith that you'll do this. You guys are all horrible human beings, and Jesus probably would have killed you himself. And the thing is, though, it's very clear to me as someone who's been an organizer for the past couple of years that none of you care because you guys don't care about anything happening in Palestine or any other country where oppression occurs because you don't care about the oppression occurring here. And I understand that you guys are all horrible people, but the thing is, 2,300 people being evicted in the last year, those are votes. And you guys, those are votes to win here in Bakersfield. And while you guys parade Gandhi around as a Hindu holiday called Chaitra Navratri starts off this week, I remind you.
Gandhi is a piece of shit. I don't know why anybody likes Gandhi. The guy sexually assaulted and raped members of his own family. He is an insane racist. He hated black people. And he was a supporter of the Holocaust. He said that Jews should commit mass suicide in protest of the Holocaust and not fight back. Gandhi's a fucking piece of shit.
That these holidays that we practice, that other people in the global south practice, believe in violent revolution against their oppressors. And I hope one day somebody brings the guillotine and kills all of you motherfuckers. The increased criminalization for no need other than you don't like when people come and hold you guys accountable for introducing ceasefire resolutions, because the only escalation in violence has been by you all, and so there's no need to continue. In the last 5 years I've attended city council meetings, there's never been metal detectors, there's never been more cops. The only reason you're doing it is because people actually don't care if you guys don't like them, and they're actually resisting, so you want to criminalize them. So regardless of whether you elect people into office, they'll backstab you, they'll let you die, and for that reason, you guys want to criminalize us with metal detectors, we'll see you at your house, we'll murder you.
That is one of the most retarded things I've ever seen. Suggests the only reason there's security is to intimidate, and then she threatens to kill everybody.
Next speaker, please.
Lance, followed by Kev, followed by Valeria.
Ms. Patel, that was a...
Followed by Valeria.
Ms. Patel, that was a threat, what you said at the end, and so the officers are going to escort you out and take care of that.
Get fucked. All of these pro-Palestinian protesters, they're all pieces of shit. They're all scumbags. I don't think you can find a single pro-Palestinian that isn't like jihadist, that isn't anti-Semitic, that doesn't support like the October 7th attack. They're all pieces of shit.
Not in hindsight. And so think about if you're getting attacked by 13 people and what that means. So we're going to analyze. Let's just take a look at some of the testimony from some of the victims. So Riley Madison testified, and she was stabbed in the stomach.
And were you about the same in July of 2022?
Maybe 115.
Were you tubing on the river that day with friends?
I was.
And were you drinking alcohol?
I was.
Using any other substances?
I was smoking marijuana.
Wait, I had Elon in there. You actually think Dr. Avi and Dr. K are smarter than Elon too? You have to give him some credit. You can't say he's just retarded due to his political views. I think he still has an engineer background.
Elon Musk is not an engineer. He did not get an engineering degree. He just lies about that. He calls himself an engineer, but again, he has no engineering degree. So he's a fucking moron. Elon Musk's success is entirely attributed to his parents. If he didn't have rich parents, he'd be selling pencils on the side of the fucking road. He's a fucking idiot. Okay, so sorry, I forgot Elon Musk. So it would be Dr. Avi, Lane Norton, Huberman, Fresh Prince CEO, Elon Musk, Blaha, Frank Tufano. Thanks for the donation, Gohan. Mike donated $2. As a higher warning individual, do you look down upon people who work shit low paying jobs like fast food, retail, Walmart workers, etc., or are you pretty humble about it? I don't know why I'd look down upon anybody who makes less money than me. That's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Are you referring to Mahatma Gandhi? Who said all that? I'm actually interested to know.
Yes, I am talking about that Gandhi. He raped members of his own family. He regularly sexually assaulted and raped women. He was also an insane racist. He's literally stated in his diaries that black people don't deserve to live, and he was a supporter of the Holocaust. He said that Jews should commit mass suicide in protest of the Holocaust. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
The testimony is that everybody was smoking weed and drinking.
And do you believe you're intoxicated?
I do, yes.
Was that your first time tubing on the river?
I've been on the river before, but I've started at different points with friends, so I've never really been on that part of the river.
Okay.
Incidentally, you'll never catch me on the Apple River.
What do you remember at some point along the river that something catching your group's attention?
Not specifically mine. I was just kind of hanging out with my friends on the tube, and we had stopped, and so I kind of asked why we were stopping, and I heard somebody mention something about a group looking uncomfortable. I hadn't got off right away, so.
Did you walk over after some other folks?
I did. I kind of was like, what's going on? And then I had told Janelle, like, let's kind of go over there and see what's going on.
Now, to her point, you wouldn't really expect to see somebody on the river with a knife. I mean, that's not, or any kind of weapon, really. Because what are you doing on the river? You're just kind of, you got your sandals on because it's a rocky bottom, and you got your swimsuit on, and you got your beer in your hand, and you're laying in a tube. That's what you're doing. And it looks like they were kind of at the end of the river, I think, my guess. But you wouldn't expect somebody to have a knife.
And what do you remember everything sequentially perfectly, or is it choppy?
It's very choppy for me.
Okay. So what do you remember next?
I remember getting off the tube, walking up to Mr. Miu, and I just remember Maddie being there and yelling at him. I remember her being punched in the face, and then I remember being stabbed, and that is completely it.
So you don't remember, did you see or don't you remember anyone else stabbed?
No.
Then do you know if it's because you don't remember, you didn't see, or?
I think I was just focused on myself, doing what I was doing. I was not really paying attention to anybody else at all.
And when you saw Madison get punched, can you explain that in as much details as you remember?
I barely really remember that part. I just remember him staring at us and then not saying anything and punching her, and I was just like shocked, like, oh my God.
Now, what's the best evidence? Her recollection fueled by marijuana and alcohol, or the video? The videos, although the video isn't all that clear either.
And that, right after that, I literally remember being stabbed, and that's it, so.
With him punching her, do you remember any more details than that? Like what hand he used or how the punch was?
Not at all.
And what else do you remember about you getting stabbed?
I just remember seeing Nick's face very blank and not lunging at me, but just kind of poking me, and I held my side and I was like, ow, like, Janelle, I think he punched me. That really hurt, like, and I looked down and I was bleeding out and holding my stomach, and it just, like, didn't feel real. Like, it was just a lot of shock. And
Mr. Codename Mike $20. Pro pals be like, let me see.
I'm a retard. I can't tie my shoe. I rely on you. Keep me alive. I got mail.
Yep, that's me playing Call of Duty. Should I get that for my cat? Oh my god. Well, kitties do have to defend themselves, so don't see why not. Looks like a pretty decent harness. That's a nice kitty. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Codename Mike.
Sometimes when you get an injury like that, you almost don't even feel it. And you don't comprehend it because I don't think she's ever been stabbed before. But one of the things that happened with her is that her stomach was coming out of the injury.
from there, I was walking around the river asking for help, like just asking somebody to help me. I told Q that I felt like I was dying because I just was losing, so much blood, and every time I'd walk, I just felt like I was getting weaker and weaker. So another group.
And I don't think there's any evidence that she herself was a threat physically. I mean, I think she's coming over to investigate what's going on. And if she's in this melee, she's an innocent bystander.
Group down the river had put me on a tube and kind of pushed me down to kind of get away from the scene. And then they were holding my side and just kind of keeping me awake. And then when the cops had showed up, they took me off of the tube and put me on the ground. And I just remember Danelle coming over, asking me to stay awake, and the cops trying to ask me what my name was, and then just being put in the ambulance and going to the hospital.
All right, can we have the screen? And for the record, this is 79. And Riley, what are we seeing in this?
Remember, self-defense, stabbing a teenage girl.
The bigger one is the stab wound, and the little one is from a chest tube.
And how about in this one?
Holy fuck.
Is it just dumb to valorize historical figures in general because the moral contexts were so different? Muhammad and Gandhi were huge pieces of shit even for their era, but what about the founding fathers, for example? Some owned slaves and knew it was fucked.
Looking at historical figures in a historical context only makes sense when you're thinking of, say, like, political motivations for the time. So, like, this comes up a lot in the Israeli-Palestine conflict. So it makes sense to view things in a historical context on the basis of what people would and wouldn't know at the time. So if somebody made some sort of political decision, they're doing that with the knowledge that they would have at hand. You can't look at it from a modern perspective where you have the foresight to know, okay, this was a bad decision because this person did something, but, they wouldn't be aware of it at the time. When you're talking about things like racism, supporting the Holocaust, slavery, even at the time, people had moral values. People at that time knew slavery was bad. People at the time knew rape was bad. People knew that genocide was bad. So, if we were to grant this, like, oh, well, in the 1940s, people were more racist. Genocide was seen as like an okay thing. So, Hitler wasn't really that bad of a guy when you put it in a historical context. Like, that makes no fucking sense. So no, when you're talking about slave ownership, supporting the Holocaust, sexual assault and rape, these aren't just moral values that we have now. They existed in the past, and those people are still pieces of shit if they, supported those things. Now, when it comes to, decisions that, like, the Israeli government made, when it came to land takeovers in Palestine, those are things that you have to put into a historical context. Like, what would be the motivating factors for Israelis to want to live in Palestine? Well, that was the only place they could go. The entire world was anti-Semitic. They had historical claims to that land. They had just suffered through a Holocaust, and they wanted a land for themselves where they could protect themselves. So, like, those are things that you have to put into a historical context. But again, when it comes to moral values like rape, murder, genocide, those are things you can criticize historical figures for. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Hitler killed 5 million Jews. It's the greatest crime of our time.
Well, 6 million.
But the Jews should have offered themselves to the butcher's knife. They should have thrown themselves into the sea from cliffs. As it's, they succumbed anyway in their millions. Gandhi.
Yeah, Gandhi was a piece of shit. I don't know why anybody respects him as, like, some sort of, rights and spiritual leader. He's just a fucking scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Fuel donated $2. I keep getting an ad from Muslims asking for money to buy a high school in the U.S. to teach Islam and brainwash kids. Please react, it gets better.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to buy this school for the sake of Islam. Averroes High School is located in the heart of Silicon Valley, a beacon of innovation and faith. For the past 10 years, we've focused primarily on developing the next generation of Muslim teenagers. We only teach grades 9 through 12. Why? We focus only on teenagers because that is the pivotal phase. That is when their characters created, their dreams take shape, and their potential is limitless. Our mission...
So that's not true. Most of your personality is actually solidified by the time I think you're, like, around 6 or 8 years old.
Goes beyond textbooks. By harnessing the strong Muslim minds here in the Silicon Valley, we're coming up with creative new methods to help teach the youth what it means to be a traditional Muslim in the modern world.
Yeah, they're going to teach kids that the Holocaust never happened and Jews are evil and we need to kill all non-believers.
But we need your help. With everything happening in the world and society, the demand for students to enter our school is higher than ever. Our current campus just doesn't meet their needs. We need a bigger campus. Alhamdulillah, the district is selling this school and we need your help to buy it. This facility has everything we need and more. Imagine this beautiful campus in the hands of Muslims. The price tag, $13 million.
Considering how Muslims run their countries, I can't imagine them doing much better job running their schools.
Alhamdulillah, we've got a lot of the community involved and a lot of generous donors, but we're still 5...
It was actually big news in Canada. There was a Muslim private school in Toronto that was handing out textbooks telling kids that the Holocaust never happened and that Jews were making it up so that they could control the world. And then when it was finally discovered, they said, oh, sorry, we accidentally bought the wrong textbooks. My bad. We'll change that. Yeah, as if.
$1 million away from making this a Muslim legacy. By donating, you're ensuring that our next generation of Muslims will passionately advocate for Muslims in the West and around the world. Keep in mind, this is Sadaqah Jariyah, so you will not only get rewarded for everything they learn, but for the positive impact they have throughout their entire lives. Jazakallah khair for donating, and if you can't donate, please share with your friends and family and keep us in your sincere du'as. May Allah allow your positive impact.
Yeah, don't give these fuckers money. Thanks for the donation, Fuel.
Yo, sorry for the random donors, but I got a lot to catch up on. Have you seen channel called Common Sense Skeptic? It has the best Tate Truth series by far. Should check it out sometime, especially Tate Speech 2 Matrix of Lies.
Yep. I'm subscribed to them. Let me see if they have any new videos. Yeah, I'm all caught up on the Starship shit. But I watch their videos. I'm subbed. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
Here's a song request. This song is sweet, especially the intro and ending. I don't normally do this but enjoy, and it's a good workout song.
I'm not going to sing this whole 7-minute song. I think I'll stop at 3 or 4 minutes in. But thanks for the donation, Pink Badger. Appreciate it. I shall sing this for you.
Also, you need to get back on anime. Are you caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen? We need know your thoughts on what's going on.
No, I only saw like the first 2 or 3 episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I thought, meh. Apparently it gets better, so I might invest in watching it. Thanks for the donation, Gohan. One by one they stand single file, to see the king of the hill atop his worthless pile. The king has no clothes, throw stones, watch him implode. All for one, or are we all alone? Brick by brick, it's a house built on lies, because illusion is easy to young or boring eyes. It's not hard to see through deceit, make them believe. Fight the stampede, be the one to lead. All my missteps I retrace, every failure I'll erase. My pride is gone, I find the strength to carry on. Looking back, what's left of me? Am I the person that I wanna be? Do I belong? I find the strength to carry on. Rung by rung, he's climbed up to the top, but once the engine is running, it's hard to make it stop. Ignore what you're told, eyes closed, dig from below. Don't care where you're from, just where you go. Step by step, we're ignoring the signs. That cock bastard is planting the seeds of his demise. There's nothing to gain, only shame, we fan the flames. Fight through the pain, live another day. Just one more day. All my missteps I retrace. Every failure I'll erase. My pride is gone. I find the strength to carry on. Looking back, what's left of me? Am I the person that I wanna be? Do I belong? Do I belong? Writings on the wall. The Cheshire smile says you don't have the courage to take the fall. You're not fooling anyone. You're no one. Alright. I don't like that song, and I think it's kind of gay.
I would need to refine it for like a
but thanks for the donation, Pink Badger. Appreciate it.
I did covering it didn't do amazingly well. It got like
So this is self-defense. Stab a teenage girl once in the chest and cut her entire stomach open and disembowel her. Right.
The one where they had to cut me open to get my stomach put back in.
And so like
the first wound that you see that on the side there
makes no sense.
Sneed nigger dab yeet. Hey, Black Aspergis, did I read that title right? $5 donation for you to draw whatever I want? So if I wanted you to draw Finn bending Jasmine over and fucking her doggy style, you'd do it? That would be based AF, my G.
Yes, I will draw a bad picture of Finn fucking Jasmine doggy style, whatever you want. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Stink. Or Poopy Shit, Cock, Nigga Shart.
Yeah, that's her stab wound. And then the second wound, this is not from the stabbing. This one on her stomach is actually a surgical scar. But look what they had to do. I mean, they had to really cut her open in order to get her stomach to where it needed to be. She could have died easily.
I'm here with a mouse.
Shebi Selbud, Ta Idaya, Mahi Yeperda Vazda Hazar. Tazbaka, Varnave He Ashradori Zodash. Jam Kada Budobai Anya Kesmi Goft, Yekai Bud Yekai Nabud. Yek Mahi Yesia E Kulu Bud K, Bar Moderashtar Jui Bar Izendegi Mikad.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
That's from surgery?
That's all from surgery and then the staples.
And then on over here?
Yep.
What's that?
The incision wound?
This stitch is right here. Is that the stab wound?
Yep, that's the stab wound.
The one we looked at?
Prior, yep.
Okay. Oh, and are you, in the photo, are you taking this in a mirror?
Yes.
So which side is the wound actually on?
On my left side.
So it's reversed in this photo?
Yes.
You can turn off the screen.
So one of the things that happens in cases that involve alcohol and chaos is that people don't remember things, accurately, and sometimes people at this time of the event, they exaggerate, and there's all kinds, and so eyewitness testimony is not always the most reliable piece of evidence. Let's hear what this guy has to say.
Now, and you had described, at least in your interview with the police, that you were really kind of paying attention to.
Would you party with P. Diddy if he invited you, do you think?
No. Knowing what I know now about P. Diddy, I definitely wouldn't. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
What was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Dodo donate tellers, can we please watch Dr. K versus Dyke? Dr. Mike, now or next? We'll watch it next. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In your statement in March of 2024, you say, tell me if you remember this, I remember he had a hat on. He had on. Like, he looked like he wasn't supposed to be in the water. Like, he just came out of the bushes. He just came out. Remember that?
Yeah.
So is it your testimony today, under oath, that the person involved in this incident had a hat on and came out of the bushes?
No.
You told the police.
I told them that, yes, but I don't, like you said, it could be foggy. I don't think that's what it was.
So this is important because if a witness is recalling something different than a prior statement, it calls into question their credibility. But that's really not an issue here. There's only one issue.
Yeah, it's not a material difference.
One issue, in fact, that's how a lot of cases break down. Most cases break down to just one or two issues. And what's the issue here? The issue is whether what Mr. Mew did was reasonable, right? I mean, he's getting the self-defense instruction. It just comes down, was his perception of death or great bodily harm reasonable?
Am I allowed to eat whale meat since whale meat feeds thousands per whale and they also kill thousands of fish? Krill each year. No, I've said this before, dude. I don't know why I have to explain this. Every single fucking time somebody asks me, but most fish are carnivorous. So if you have a whale eating thousands of carnivorous fish, that may actually reduce rights violations. So by killing the whale, you may be increasing the amount of rights violations taking place.
And was his use of force reasonable to prevent it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you intentionally lying to the police?
No.
Okay. So where do you come up with...
If you fill a glass with hot cum, you can blow bubbles with a straw and pop them all over your face. Best first date ever. It's not like Israel needs all that cum anyway. I'll trade them all the diarrhea I have just to blow my cum bubbles. God, my ass hurts.
Well, that's a good point. Thanks for the donation. White skin always wins.
The idea that he came out of the bushes.
Because that's why I saw him running to the bushes after the incident.
Okay.
I mean, he's clearly not wearing a hat. He's clearly not coming out of the bushes. So it kind of, this cross-examination, while it feels good to the defense lawyer, because you're catching somebody in a lie that's testifying against your client, and not a lie, but, something that isn't true, who gives a shit, in a sense? So one of the things that happens, especially in these kinds of cases, the cops are on the scene, and everybody's pointing to Nikolai, saying, he's the guy, he's the guy, he's the guy. So they bring him into custody, they put him in the back of their squad, and they start talking to him. Now he's on the stand. Defendants don't have to testify.
Okay, here's the dono. Show Finn bending Jasmine over fucking her with Prismo watching and Jasmine is smiling. Must be photorealistic drawing. Look forward to seeing my investment. Cheers my nigga G, hooray for Richard. Hooray.
Right. I'll make
hooray.
it as
hooray.
photorealistic.
Hooray. Hooray.
I'll make it as photorealistic as possible. Let me see. Yeah. Finn, what does he look like? Wait, fuck. Trying to draw a dog from memory. They have those, like, weird pencil wieners. That's his tail. And Prismo watching. Let me see. How would I draw his legs? You know what? That's good enough. There you go. There is my drawing of Finn fucking Jasmine doggy style while Prismo is watching. Thanks for the donation, poopy shit cock nigga shart. Appreciate the donation, dude. Wait, oh, it's upside down. Trying to put the pencil back. There we go. Hope you enjoyed that.
Christy, I'm hard for you. I've been dreaming of your slimy green wizard's sleeve. I don't mind you have a wide-set vagina, my cock is swollen from disease and I have sulfur-smelling yellow giz. Let's lube up and make sweet and sour sauce. Richard can help.
Yeah, let's do that. Thanks for the donation. Christie's gash smells like ass.
You have the absolute right to remain silent. And generally speaking, if you can, you keep your client off the stand. However, if you need to clean some shit up, which they needed to do here, then you have your client testify. But let's take a look and see what he's going to testify to.
Where are you starting from?
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around.
He was, not only did he hear about it, he was intimately involved in it. This is what what is this, self-snitching? He doesn't have to give a statement here. In fact, he'd be better off, not. Just, he can invoke his right to remain silent.
People gather around.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over.
So he's sort of acting like, I was just a bystander. I didn't see shit. And we know that's not true.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Okay, well.
Did you see anybody injured?
No.
You didn't see anybody injured? No. Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Screaming in anger or screaming in pain, do you know?
Everybody's gone, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming. Okay. You know, calling each other names, but that's, I've seen that all day.
We know he's the guy that fucking stabbed him. And he's acting like, no, I was over here and I heard some people, but, I don't know anything. Who, me? What are you going to believe, me or that video that you got? He doesn't know there's a video.
We've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where's your
problem that he's got here is he's not saying, I was in fear for my life. And so these clearly false statements can be used against him and will be used against him by the jury.
Where did you drive from today?
I drove from Prior Lake.
From Prior Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I've been leaving driver. We can get around.
Your wife and you?
Field donated $2. Couldn't you get guideline strike for that drawing though? Careful. No. Thanks for that donation, Fuel.
And you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know it.
Okay. All right. As long as the temperature's good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
So that is the statement, the brief statement that he gave at the scene. Now let's take a look at how he testifies and explains what he says to the what he says to the cops.
When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you...
Over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died? Objection assumes fact. Sustained.
So that question that he just asked, when you don't remember pretending, blah, blah, assumes those facts are true. That's basically the prosecutor testifying, and there's no facts and evidence. So that's what the objection was: assumes facts and not in evidence, and that was sustained. So he's got to withdraw that question and ask something else.
When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And so you had time to put together a story, right?
No.
And he really doesn't have to put together a story. You hear the tenor of the prosecutor's questions, pretending, that you didn't know, putting together a story. He doesn't really have to. I mean, the case is what it is, and thank God it's on video for both sides.
You had 4 hours to come up with a story about what happened on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
No.
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
Okay. So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No.
That was a story, right?
Correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can.
Okay, what if they say not human plus not like, and of a species that's usually not like, a typical human mentally or physically, defined as any non-simians lacking sapience and which either exist today or weren't necessary to human evolution.
Not human plus not like. What do you mean by... Oh, so not human-like, and of a species that's usually not like a typical human mentally or physically. Any... Wait.
So you're an artist now? Can you draw the Prophet Muhammad on the cross getting whipped by Jesus Christ and some nuns? Use a crown of thorns and turban, etc. Colors, photo and 4K realism.
Okay, I'll do that for you in just a moment, Aaron. Thanks for the donation, dude. So, not human-like, and of a species that's not typically human mentally or physically. Again, if they're gonna say not human-like, I'd want to know what that means, because you could say any species practically is human-like. I mean, we do share DNA. All species on the planet share a evolutionary lineage. So you might want them to clarify what they mean by that. And, like, again, if they're just going to say, oh, well, doesn't look like a human, I mean... You can kind of eliminate that as a trait variable because, again, they wouldn't be in favor of killing another species that doesn't look human but has the same level of intelligence and sentience, in all likelihood anyway. So if they're going to say, oh yeah, I'm fine with killing an alien species that's green, that's shaped like an orb, but is like far smarter and more intelligent than and more sentient than us just because it doesn't look like a human and it's not human-like. It's kind of a weird bullet to bite. And then if they're just going to say not human, so like not part of the genus Homo sapien, then that would mean all of our ancestors that lack human wisdom and aren't part of the genus Homo, they'd be fine with eradicating. Again, if, like, you can run a number of reductios here. So, if black people weren't part of the genus Homo, they were just another species, they would presumably be okay with holocausting them. But if it's a conjunction of traits, not human, and lacking in intelligence, then, again, just run that reductio. So, what's it called? Yeah, so that would mean... What is it? Like chimpanzees, they'd be okay with holocausting. Our ancient ancestors, they'd be okay with holocausting. If presumably like somebody gave birth to something that doesn't genetically align with our species, that isn't intelligent, they'd be okay with holocausting. You can run reductios in a number of ways there. Thanks for that, Nation Curious. Okay, let's draw this. Prophet Muhammad being crucified by Jesus and a group of nuns and being whipped. Okay, yeah. And, this will be like thorn, crown, It's got nails through him. And then Jesus is whipping him. And nuns. What do nuns look like? The fuck? Oh my god. Sometimes Procreate does that, I don't know why. Alright, there is my drawing. It is the Prophet Muhammad being whipped by Jesus and nuns. Hope you enjoyed that.
Draw me pissing in your grandma's mouth.
Okay, I'll do that. Let me see. I guess I'll give her some wrinkles because she's old. And my grandma's a little overweight. Um, uh, uh, there. That's you pissing in my grandmother's mouth. Thanks for the donation, Gordon. Hope you enjoyed that. Appreciate the donation, sir.
You can see I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier?
Why were you confused? Because you're drunk? Or you're confused because it's convenient and that's a better story? And it just seems like he makes it up out of whole cloth. Nobody else had a knife.
That you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And then nobody.
And here's the thing. You know, you got eyewitnesses that, their memory isn't perfect. In fact, it's faulty. You got his memory that is either faulty or untrue, purposefully untrue. So the jury has asked for asked a question of the judge. A lot of times when the jury is in deliberation, they can ask a question. Can we have lunch, or can we have a smoke break, or can we see a piece of the testimony over? Which usually is no. But can we see a piece of evidence? And the evidence here they wanted to see is the video. They wanted to see the video again. Now what happens? In Minnesota, now they have devices in the deliberation room so they can play it themselves as much as they want. But in Wisconsin, they don't do that yet. So they want to see it. They got to come back into court and they have to review it in court, and they can't deliberate while they're in court because they're.
Favorite X-Men character, don't say Deadpool.
My name is Gig and my PP is big. My name is Gig and I do a jig. Draw Gig and VG kissing and also incorporate a big wiener with pre-cum and also can I get a signature on it? Reference photo.
Okay, we can do that. So, my favorite X-Men character by far is definitely Wolverine. It's not Deadpool. All right. Um. Um. Oh wait, I forgot to draw my nose. Fuck. This is hard to draw. How am I gonna do this? Um. Oh, whoopsie. I don't have the thing up. My bad. And I'll just make it so I'm not wearing any pants. There's the pre-cum. There's yeah. I'll draw hair. There you go. There's you and I kissing and you holding my penis with pre-cum. Hope you enjoyed that gig. Appreciate the donation.
Do you care about your subscriber and viewer count? Do you plan on renovating your channel to attract more people? Or are you content with your current conditions? Have you exceeded your expectations? Drawing stream. It's my birthday. Can you draw Prismo pissing on Christie's decapitated head while saying go vegan or die crusty bitch? Also, the shirt looks awesome, can't wait to cop. LLLLLLLLLLLLLL.
I will do that for you in just a moment. Less is more. Thanks for the donation, dude. So do I care about my subscriber view count? Yeah, kind of. It's not like the most important thing to me, so I don't like stress out about it. I am planning on making more content, and I might make different style videos and just do like skits and stuff just to attract normies to the channel. I'm happy where my channel is right now. Like, I'm making good money and everything, but you know, it's always good to grow. Thanks for the donation, Risharaj. Okay, Prismo pissing on Christie's decapitated head while saying go vegan. All right. Little cat wiener. Maybe I'll make like pool of blood and piss here. Die crusty bitch. There you go. There is Prismo pissing on Christie's decapitated head while telling her to die crusty bitch. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation. Less is more. Dodo donated $2. Okay, you need to check this out. Look how insanely fluent RFK Jr. is in Spanish. Comments are all shocked, and how immigrants support him. Is it AI? He cannot speak Spanish. To Telemundo.
You recommend any pause bench maybe midway through several mesos. Also 315 by 8 paused is pretty good if true at 20 seconds.
What is actually required?
So, whether you do paused or not, it doesn't really matter. I don't think pausing makes a big difference. I'd say it's safer to bench paused in terms of how much muscle mass you build or how much strength you build. It literally doesn't make a difference. It's just safer to bench paused. And if you're planning to do a competition style bench, then you should bench like that, like in a competition style where you have to have a pause just for practice. But for strength and hypertrophy, it really doesn't make a difference, in my opinion. And let me see, 20 seconds.
No wrist wraps, any of that. When I actually arch and do all this stuff differently, you guys have seen me do this for 8 reps before, right? I benched 315 for 8 pause reps. You know, when I arch and do all of it powerlifting style, that's doing it bodybuilding style.
I don't believe him. I've never seen him do that. He might have been able to do that when he was on a ton of drugs, maybe, but I've never seen him do that. I've done 9 paused. I almost got 10, but I just failed the last rep. I've never seen Blaha lift 315 by 8 paused, so I don't believe him.
Can you draw you and Sam Hyde in Super Saiyan form running a train on the user in the chat named Taz that ran away from the debating you couple days ago?
Sure, I can do that. Thanks for the donation, Taz, in VG chat, faggot. Give me 1 second here. Yeah. Okay, kind of know how Sam looks. Actually, I'll make his head bigger. Yeah.
Can someone send me their foreskin? It's for a school project.
And do a nipple there. And then me.
Draw me being a Sigma act taking dinosaur. After done reacting to the RFK Jr. videos.
Sure, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the... I guess I'll, do like a power thing here. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Chimpanzees and genus Homo are all simians. What if trait they'd Holocaust excludes any of our ancestors or family members? I feel Hot Crossbones raises a concern the trait namer can stack traits arbitrarily to narrow down only the beings they accept killing.
Yeah, they can do that, but again, usually it results in just stupid, arbitrary traits being named that nobody really gives a shit about, so they can do that, but, you know, it's unlikely that they'll be able to name a trait that adequately justifies, killing animals. Taz. I don't know what he looks like, but I'll draw his head bigger. Okay, that is Sam Hyde and I going Super Saiyan on Taz in chat. Hope you enjoyed that picture. And let me see. What if they say the Holocaust excludes any of our ancestors? Well, I don't think you can say that as a trait. So again, they would have to name a set of traits. If they're going to say it excludes ancestors, then that's... I would say that's a... whatchamacall... a contradiction, because now they're saying something that they didn't name as a trait. Unless they're going to say, like, name specifically any ancestor of a current-day modern human. I don't know if you could really name that as a trait, though, because presumably there could be ancestors of yours that wouldn't meet the traits that they met. Yeah, I don't know if that would actually be a trait. Chimpanzee, draw me being a Sigma attacking a dinosaur. Okay, Dodo. Let's see. Um... I'll have blood gushing out. Dinosaur have teeth. There you go. There is you being Sigma attacking a dinosaur. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Hope you enjoyed that. All right.
Deliberating in front of the parties. They have to go take that back into the their deliberations, back into the jury room, and go from there. But they wanted to see the video again. So they're kind of discounting what the witnesses are saying. Let's see what the actual footage is.
Nobody else had a knife on the river except for you.
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have.
Draw what Trump's America would look like after he makes it great again.
Okay, I can do that. Wait.
Can we turn on members only chat temporarily? These peasant grey names are disgusting me and giving me the ick.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Unless like some people are violating TOS, I'm not gonna bother doing that. Let's see, and I'll have, crap. I didn't put on the thing. My bad. So, I'll have, like, buildings that are collapsing in the background. Have like a bomb falling. Explosion, I guess. And have like there you go. That's what Trump's America is going to look like after he takes power. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Hope you enjoyed that.
Twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
you're aware.
I know that it's not right. It's not true.
Not just a couple of little lies, but lie on top of lie to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Argumentative.
It's the same. Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that?
If that's what the video recorded, yes.
Right? You told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No.
You said these.
So when you're making up stories and you're making up facts, it's definitely not good for you. But this is why the defense had to call him, because he's got to explain a couple things. Number one, he's got to explain why he fucking lied to the cops. And number two, he's got to explain what he felt, because none of that is in his statement to the cops. He didn't, because he's acting like he didn't do it. He has to say that I felt like I was in fear of great bodily harm or death. Now let's take a look and see, one of the things, whenever you have a trial, you have the openings and closings, opening statements of both parties. You have the direct and cross-examination of the state's witness.
Donators, look the video links I sent you a few donations ago. You forgot to make Trump flag. He's holding the Russian flag, or you should have put the Z symbol on it. Well, I had him holding a Nazi flag. My bad, I forgot.
Puede definir la contienda. Creo que los estadounidenses merecen opciones, no solo escoger entre el menor de dos males, afirmó. Analistas dicen que como parte de la dinastía demócrata, Kennedy representa el mayor peligro para...
Biden does not need my help to lose the election to Donald Trump. If he's doing that on his own.
Señalado por promover teorías.
So that wasn't Robert Kennedy speaking Spanish, that was a dub.
Yo soy Robert F. Kennedy Jr. y me presento como candidato independiente.
Oh, this. Okay, so he couldn't speak Spanish in that interview.
Para la presidencia de los Estados Unidos. En los Estados Unidos de mi juventud, nuestro país parecía haber cumplido con su promesa de ser una nación ejemplar. La democracia moderna se había extendido de 1860. Y hasta 190 en la...
I don't know.
Hemos creado la ciudad sobre la colina. En todo...
It doesn't look like it's AI generated. I'm not seeing any telltale signs of it being AI generated, but yeah, it is kind of weird that he wouldn't speak Spanish in a Spanish-speaking interview. Maybe he intended for it to be seen by Americans, and then they'd just translate for him. I have no idea. I didn't know he could speak Spanish fluently. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
This is the direct and cross-examination of the defense witnesses. Then you have the closing argument, the summations. Now, the summations, in your opening statement, you can't make arguments. You just tell them what the evidence is going to show. That's why they're a lot shorter. But in the closing arguments, you get the theory of the case. You get this is why you should find him guilty. Here's the evidence. This is what the evidence showed. That kind of thing. So let's take a look at, we're going to look at the prosecution's closing argument and then the state's. Then I'm going to tell you the verdict here afterwards, which you probably already know, but we'll tell you in a second.
Okay. The video doesn't fade with time. It's not biased, not influenced by alcohol. As I told you in the beginning of this case, the violent episode from the video is about 25 seconds, from the point he punches Madison until you see him walking off after stabbing 5 people. Nikolai's not seen in that video for 8 to 9 seconds until the point you see him walking away. You don't see him stab Dante.
Kid Boot on $8, Trump 2024, bitch. Let me see. Blackmail sport, swing state, blackmail sport. These people are fucking retarded. Well,
Draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad with his gay lover wearing a t-shirt with the LGBT flag that also reads I heart anal.
I can do that for you, Mr. Krabs. Thanks for the donation, dude. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think Trump's gonna win the election. I'm pretty confident of that. Okay, Prophet Muhammad with his gay lover and a shirt that says I heart anal.
Can you get Tekken 8? I wanna see, otherwise dark pictures also fine.
Yeah, I'll get Tekken 8 soon. I just haven't really been in the mood to play any fighting games, but I'll get it soon. And, I was planning on playing through one of the, Dark Pictures games again. So, we'll do that soon. Thanks for the donation, Gohan. Let me see. Fuck, I'll redo that face. It's pretty fucked. Eh. Should probably draw it bigger, just so I have more space. I heart anal. Fuck. Give me a second. I heart anal. What does the gay flag look like?
I'll admit that Biden's rising significantly from where he start, but Trump's still in the lead. Let's see how this map changes after Trump's first criminal trial starts this Monday in Manhattan, New York. Lol.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to maintain any kind of lead. It's hard to believe that he's going to end up winning the election.
Why has Hassan Piker been declining? Also, are you friends with Destiny? Do you two get along?
Hassan Piker's been declining because his streams suck. Everybody's realizing he's a fucking retard and he doesn't know jack shit, and he has the most insanely stupid, dumb political takes. And most of all, he's just boring as shit, so I think that's why he's on the decline. I wouldn't say I'm friends with Destiny, but, like, we're friendly acquaintances. We get along. Thanks for the donation, Enlightened. So that is my drawing of the Prophet Muhammad with his gay lover, who is wearing a gay pride t-shirt that says, I love anal. Hope you enjoyed that, Mr. Krabs. Let me see, Ben. Yeah, like, especially after the... like, all the shit that's going on with abortion bans, the criminal trials and all that, I don't see him winning. It's fucking baffling seeing charts like this where he's in the lead. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, who the fuck could vote for him? Thanks for the donation, Ben. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I don't like to let know. I want my name. I don't need to. I want my name. I don't like to. I want my name. I don't need to. I want my name.
Okay, well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Some of you may wonder why we called Marion Davis. Certainly wasn't for his eyewitness testimony, but he took a video. He took a video that captured a different angle than Juwan's video. It's grainy, it's difficult to see, but you can see enough. And it shows Nikolai seeking Dante out and stabbing him when his group is in the opposite direction. Nikolai walks into a crowd of people, stabs Dante.
Now, keep in mind, you have a duty to retreat where reasonable to do so. So if you're walking into a group of people, I don't know that I necessarily see him hit the woman, like the prosecutor said. But if you do that, and if the jury buys that he did that, then guess what? You know, you provoked the attack. You can't use self-defense. You're screwed. But I don't think he meant to kill anybody. I really don't.
Before I show you that video again, I need to provide some context from Juwan's video.
If you're stabbing somebody that badly with a knife, you intend to kill them, so that's just bullshit. Like, that was a fairly large knife. It wasn't like a small, like, box cutter. That was a pretty big knife. He stabbed that girl in the chest and the stomach. Like, no, he intended to... like, a knife is a lethal weapon. If you stab somebody with a knife that big, you intend to kill them. That's bullshit.
You know, ostensibly, that's the family members of the victim who died. And, you know, this stuff is hard to watch, you know, from... and then all of a sudden, you know, when they have sentencing, if there is sentencing, you know, you got victim impact statements, and those are powerful. And tough from a defense standpoint to watch. You know, how many times do you think this family has seen the fucking video? I mean, how many times? You know, over and over and over again. You know, and you don't get numb to it because it's like that's the last moment of their life, you know?
So here at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, this is after Nikolai has stabbed the 4 people that you do see parts of on the video. He's standing next to Ariel. Ariel's there. Nikolai's not by himself. Two minutes, 8 seconds, that's the last you'll see of Nikolai until you see him walking off in this video. You see Dante, or AJ, the boys running back to their tubes, and you see Larian filming in the background. Larian captured what Nikolai was doing at this point, even though this video didn't. And here...
Basically, the prosecution goes through this, and he tries to say it's not a mistake. He didn't retreat like he was supposed to, and it would have been reasonable for him to retreat. And the amount of force that he used was more than necessary to repel any kind of attack that was perceived, real perceived. And he can't avail himself of self-defense because he provoked the attack. So that's kind of what the prosecutor's argument is in a nutshell. Let's take a look and see what the defense argument is. So now let's look at the defense theory of the case. You know, this is where a lawyer really makes this bones. You know, this is where all your training comes in, all your work for the case comes in. Now it's time to, you know, earn your money.
Everything here, I just told you.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
He does. I'm gonna vote
This person would vote for Trump even if he had a political opponent killed.
for him.
It really doesn't matter what he does.
Doesn't matter what he does, and I assume a lot of this crowd can agree with me as
Yeah.
well.
Well, what if he had a political opponent killed, like his lawyer said, that he would be immune from?
Voting for Trump.
Still voting for Trump, even if he had a political opponent killed?
I'll make it clear for you. I don't care what he does. I'm voting for Trump, and I think majority of this line is too.
Even if he had a political opponent killed?
Absolutely.
These people are just deranged sycophants. What the fuck is that? So this is a thing now. Okay.
Creatures lie here, looking through the window. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window.
Alright, well thank you for that, Dodo. Son Goku donated $2. I want to get my body fat percentage to about this.
Welcome to another hardcore push workout. After maxing out on so many dip variations, it's time to decide what you definitely will do, because now we're unpeeling the final layers. You're going to striations. Would still fall into the hypertrophy rep range. You need to do that.
Yeah, Alex is looking pretty damn good these days. It's an alright goal. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Is what we know.
I fucking hate it when people write shit on a on a board like that. You know, you have a camera that's equipped, or a courtroom that's equipped with technology. Why not put it in a PowerPoint and look really, why? Because it looks unprofessional, it looks lazy, doesn't look put together. And I don't think you should overuse a PowerPoint, but writing stuff on a board like this, I don't think is all that effective.
In the first minute and 49 seconds. And why does that matter?
That's just a stylistic thing, that's what I'm saying.
Judge, I can't see the exhibits and I'm
And step up and move over to the side.
What does that matter? Why does this matter? Because one of the things you have to consider when you consider self-defense.
I tell my female co-workers that I'd be safe under Trump's presidency since I'm white, cisgender, heterosexual, male, and I could lie that I'm Christian so that I wouldn't be ostracized like they would lol. But I'd be like that woman who protected Anne Frank.
I don't think anybody is really safe under a Trump presidency, like unless you're rich. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Is Nick Mew's reasonable belief that there is going to be an imminent interference with his person. And when you add...
Doesn't that seem odd? That's the language in the instruction. An imminent, unlawful interference with the defendant's person. What the fuck does that mean? You know, this is what lawyers do. This is how lawyers write shit. It's just kind of stupid. But what it really means is you think you're going to get hit, or you think you're going to be assaulted.
All of these things together. He has to subjectively believe that. As a jury, as you sit here today, we don't get to look at it and say, what would an objective, reasonable person do? Does Nick feel that way? Does Nick feel, with all of these things listed here, that there is an imminent unlawful interference with his person? And I would submit to you,
Hey bro, how much for a full video reaction request? You will do it even if you are bored and uninterested. Also add this option to your tip on the left.
Depends on how stupid and boring the video is, man. Like, how long and how stupid and boring are we talking? Like at least $20? Thanks for the donation though, faggots. Be gay. Appreciate it.
Does he? And I think you can honestly believe that he does feel that way. There's no question about that. Now they've seen this.
No, he didn't feel that way. He was pissed off these kids were fucking with him and he just wanted to retaliate. There's no way he did this in just self-defense. No way he thought his life was in imminent danger or anything. That's total horseshit.
Video multiple times throughout the trial. But the other thing is, during their deliberations, they asked to see it again. That's the best piece of evidence that they had. So they got the case yesterday afternoon.
By the way, I don't even understand how the self-defense case hinges upon how you feel personally. Say if somebody had paranoid schizophrenia and somebody just went up and said hello to them, but because they're in a deranged state of mind, they subjectively feel that their life is in imminent danger, they pull out a gun and shoot the person. Like, does that mean that's a reasonable self-defense case? Like, there has to be some objective facts that a reasonable person would, be able to conclude their life is in danger. I don't know how the fuck it hinges on their subjective feeling.
They came back today before lunch.
What is he on? Whoa! Walk away! Oh God! He up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all, homie?
It is really odd that he's not telling them what's going on.
The second part of the video that I think is important, and Attorney Anderson's talked a little bit about it, is really the 1 second that we don't get to see, right? The 1 second where the state is insinuating and is claiming that Madison Cohen was punched, and where Nick Mew has testified that he raises his arm to get her out of his space. So those are the two possibilities as to what happened in the video that you don't see. And I am, once again, asking that you use your everyday experiences in life when you make this determination, okay? So, yeah.
So the verdict is in, and he was found guilty on just about everything. We'll watch the verdict here in a second. But keep in mind, you got 5 victims here, 1 fatality, and I'll talk to you a little bit about what you could potentially be looking at here after the reading of the verdict.
As to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted.
Yep.
Question, did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury...
Yeah, there's no way this guy was going to get off. These were... Not only were these teenage kids, but he attacked a teenage white girl. If these were black kids, that might make the jury think a bit differently because of racism and shit, like, oh, fucking thugs. These were young white kids, and he also attacked a white girl who wasn't attacking him. Just a teenage white girl. There's no way this guy was getting off.
Jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Riley Madison, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Members of the jury, I do have to verify that this is, in fact, a unanimous verdict.
So when you look at the first-degree reckless homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, it basically means you recklessly causing the death of another without regard for human life, essentially, with a blind indifference, in other words, meaning you don't really give a shit. You're not giving anybody any consideration, and that you're acting without, any kind of regard for human life. That is what first-degree reckless homicide is. Now, the guidelines, he can get up to 60 years on a case like this. So, and the recklessly endangering safety, is like 12 and a half years. So if you add all this up, now he's not going to probably get the maximum on all of these because the judge will probably give him some kind of, 10 years in, 10 years out, or 20 years in, 20 years out. In other words, 20 years in prison. And, here's the deal in Wisconsin, your time is your time. You do the time. If you get 10 years in, you're going to do 10 years. So, when you have multiple victims like this, one of the things the court likes to do is account for each victim in a sentence. And if you give concurrent sentences, you're not doing that. So it's quite likely that he'll get consecutive sentence, which in all honesty will ultimately wind up being a life sentence for him. He was convicted of 4 counts of recklessly endangering the safety of others. So we don't know exactly what the guideline calculation is going to come out to be.
Dodo Night Tellers, look how insane this looks. Makes you feel more connected to the universe. Look how clear the moon is. Put HD full screen.
Oh my god, it's coming right over us like a storm. Look at this. Oh my god, we're getting close. Getting close. No filter. Oh my god, Corona, there it is. Diamond Belly's Beads, diamond ring. Look at that. Corona, totality. Totality. Oh my god. Look at that. Totality! Oh my god, look at those streamers! Look at the crumbs, it's all prominences! Little shadow, completely elongated. 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock, absolutely amazing. Really gorgeous. Naked eye, this chromosphere. What is it? Beating! Oh, that's a flare! Look, diamond ring! Oh my god, look at, oh.
20 sounds good. And I want to do this more frequently, so please add this option.
Hey, what's up?
Let's
I'm
react
Cody.
to some good old Jubilee. The video is quite short.
Fuck, Jubilee. Okay, we can watch this. Thanks for the donation, Jubilee fanboy. 5 secret virgins versus 1 fuckboy. Alright. This does not look all that amazing to me. It's a dot. So, yeah, it's just a dot. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Let's finish this up.
We just don't know what his criminal history is, and there's a whole lot of factors that go into it. But that judge very well cited for...
Yeah, I knew that guy would be found guilty.
I'm nut.
And we're gonna find the real F-boy today.
Yeah.
I'm an F-boy. I'm an F-boy. I'm an F-boy. I'm an F-boy. I'm an F-boy.
I'm an F-boy.
Give us your name and your best boy laugh, one by one.
Lawrence.
Marcus.
Virgin. Let's see. That dude's definitely a virgin. Pretty sure that dude's a virgin. I think this is the fuckboy, the Asian guy.
Joseph. Lanya.
What's your best one?
Oh, wait.
Sin. My name's Gabe.
Wait, sorry, can you do it again?
My name's Gabe.
That was good.
Was it?
I thought it was good.
I thought it was a little weird. You said chuckling. There's a difference between
One more time. I need one more time from you.
Like, that's just someone told him a joke, you know?
Hey, man. Can't hate the raise, bro, if it works.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
How confident are you feeling?
I feel confident, you know? I watch all these all the time, professionally.
I think I can do it. I think so. I'm gonna be honest, I already forgot all your names. But have you had sex before?
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Have you had sex before?
Yeah. What the f***, dude?
I don't know. I can't tell.
I've never seen more of a lie through your teeth.
Have you had sex before?
All the time.
That's a lot.
How often?
Yeah.
Probably bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly?
Not just my paycheck. Yeah, I have a roster, but I max out at 4. Any more than that is complicated.
In a week? Have you had sex before?
Yes.
Was it good?
Oh, yeah. Sex is good to me. Yeah, I guess so.
I agree. Okay.
I agree as well.
Yeah.
That's.
Have you had sex before?
I don't like to kiss and tell, but...
Virgin.
That would be like, if you had like a boy script, that would be one of the things that was on it.
I think I'm very easy to lie to. Have you had sex before?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have actually a little gift for you. We'd love for you to put these on as soon as you get them in your hands, please.
This was quite at home.
Okay.
This was me in high school.
I'll be looking good in hats for real. The hats thing was a ploy to see which of them would put it on backwards. Or maybe just wear it like a boy. What else? What's your favorite sex position?
Doggy style.
Oh, wow. That was quick.
Yeah.
You're a missionary, right? Missionary? Okay. Squatted cowgirl? That's like pretty corny though.
See, I don't know what the name is, but like you have it up and then you just...
It sounds like you're
I'm not squatting. I'm not squatting.
She's squatting.
It's like a hood squat, you know?
Yeah.
There's a mirror right there, and you look in the mirror, you see your thighs.
It has to be in front of the mirror.
I don't know. I don't know what the name is.
Does it have to be in front of a mirror?
Yeah, because you gotta look how good you look. You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
Don't in front of the mirror.
I trust him.
Reverse cowgirl for sure.
Okay.
Doggy.
I don't believe you.
Everything you say. Come on. Doggy. Doggy. I mean, I'm sorry, but Gabe is definitely not the fuckboy.
Oh, immediately, within like 10 seconds.
And I love him. I love him to death.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah. Gabe, I love you, man.
I love me too.
Unfortunately, Doggy, that came
My dog.
My dog. Round 2. Fight.
I guess to start, go to pickup line. What do you say?
What's your move? How do you have sex?
I think it all depends on the girl because you got to comment something about her looks or how she's dressed, something different than every other dude goes, and then depending on that, go from there.
No, yeah, talk to a girl, get her number, take her home to my place,
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
A close second would be, my must be kung fu because it's going hiya.
No.
That doesn't make sense.
Wait, sorry.
Hiya?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
What's that even mean?
She's like, wait, you know kung fu?
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
No, but my does.
You just added it.
Yeah, okay. Joseph.
All right, for me, so let's say, like, I'm just gonna paint you guys a picture real quickly. Let's say we're at the club, right?
Yeah.
My go-to method is the do I know you method, right? So let's say you're the girl, I'm trying to raise up, right?
Okay.
I go to you, I'll be like,
Okay, wait.
Oh. So I'll go up to you and I'll be like, hey, do I know you? Or like,
I don't think so.
No? Did you go to my college or my church by any chance back then?
What college did you go to?
Oh, I went to Pepperdine back like years ago. Did you go there by any chance?
No.
No? Is your name Tiffany, Jasmine, or Michelle by any chance?
No.
No? I swear I've seen you before though. Anyways, my name is Joseph. What's your name?
Tiffany.
Tiffany.
I did not want to sleep with you at all.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
so
perfect.
if that's your game, it like didn't work very well.
Yeah.
You mentioned church.
Yeah.
And then I also noticed
Pretty
you have a
sure
cross
it's the
tattoo.
Asian
I'm
guy.
wondering where does religion factor in?
Oh, it doesn't play any role for me.
But you have the tattoo. That seems like a very strong move.
Yes, it was.
Did it not follow it very well?
It's just like, so you see this chained, right? It's to remind me that no matter how far I go into the world, I will be chained by my religion.
Okay, there
So
you
I'll
go.
still be there. You know
That
what
was
I'm
good. That
saying?
was good.
That was too good of an
That
answer.
was really good. But that's like a lie. If that's a lie, that's a good
Well, you
fuckboy
know.
thing where you lie a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, true.
Would you say you are manipulative?
No, of course not. I like just the way I present myself and the way I talk. I wouldn't say I have anything I'm hiding.
Isn't that a fuckboy thing though, to be like manipulative?
Yeah.
Well, I do believe.
Actually, wait, no, I am manipulative. Okay, what about you?
I don't really have a pickup line, but usually you just act like you're not from.
You just go,
No, yeah. You might answer way into it in the club. You gotta bring it here. Come here. You know?
Okay.
To be honest, I only approach girls who look at me. So I'll be like, hey, what's your name? That's it.
You're giving me like theater vibes.
What does that mean?
Like you maybe are in plays.
Oh, nah.
I don't know. I'm just getting. It's like the stance and like the shoes and belt and stuff. I'm giving it respectfully. I feel like you're playing a boy in a musical.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn, dude.
I'm sorry. Was that really mean? I didn't mean. I'm trying to make them
I was
credit.
just trying to picture what that would be like.
I don't know.
I'm trying to girls.
We're going to give you a hint. The real F-boy has a relationship readiness score of 2 out of 10, and their body count is over 50. Do with that as you will.
What is your exact body count?
I stopped at 30 because I feel like a better answer is I don't know.
How long ago was that when you stopped?
A while.
Okay, because she's told us it was over 50.
Because I know for sure I've slept with more than 20 women since then. 30 was a while ago.
For some reason I believe him.
All right, but I have my eye on you.
It's not something like you really want to tell a girl that often.
Yeah, but what you're telling us because we asked you.
Tell you guys, yeah, over 50.
Over 50?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your longest relationship?
4 months.
Did you cheat? Have you cheated?
I have not cheated, no.
Virgin. The relationship thing was 2 out of 10, which implies like not ready.
Yeah.
But you
That's
seemed like
the
you were
only
down.
relationship I've been in.
How long was that?
That was like 6 months ago.
Interesting.
Okay. For me, 63 to be exact. I'm like an organized type of person, so I like to keep track of it on like a notepad or like.
No, you don't.
I swear.
Do you have the notepad?
I can't. It's confidential. It does have like numbers on it and like my notes on it and stuff. So
Notes? You're taking notes on each other?
Oh, like good.
Well,
8 out of 10,
it's
pretty
like-
solid. No, you're not doing that. That would be like insane if you.
Yeah, once you do have sex, don't do that.
That would be wild. Yeah.
Is it fair for PPA to stack traits? They can stack traits cancelling out things proving they aren't morally relevant to them. If they don't think degree of sentience has different value in humans, but say non-human plus low sentience, is that contradictory?
Could possibly be contradictory. Depends on how things are sussed out. Like, let me think. Like, if they're gonna say something like human level of sentience is what, like, the determining trait is, plus being human, but if they found somebody that was not human but had human level of sentience, they would grant them, like, moral value. That seems like a contradiction to me. So trait stacking can be a contradiction, depending on like how things suss out. Like if you run certain reductios like that, that would pose as a contradiction. So yeah, if they're gonna say the trait is both human and human level of sentience, but then, you know, you can find humans that lack one of those traits, or if you can find non-humans that possess those traits and they give a different answer for each, that could be seen as a contradiction. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
Don't do that.
I'm not gonna lie, I kept counting until 50 because obviously all of them are not like a 10. You know, some of them you just kind of do get on you like you be like, ugh, after you know, like what am I doing in my life? So you just kind of like, I don't know, it sounds bad, bro.
That's pretty boy.
It sounds bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie, but yeah, that's why I don't keep counting after that.
And you?
When I turned 25, I honestly stopped counting.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
You look great for 32.
Yeah, seriously. Damn, must be all the sex you're having.
Yeah.
Wait, why would you stop at a certain age? Like,
I kind of agree with what he said. Like, I get depressed after I have sex.
why would that coincide with
You
the
get
age you
depressed?
are and not the amount of people?
Why do you keep
have
doing
sex
it?
with? What?
Sorry, he said he gets depressed after he has sex. I'm like, why do you stop doing it so much? Why are you doing it?
Sounds like you should be. I mean, I feel like. Yeah. So let's get rid of them.
Yeah. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
I wish you sex in the future.
Yes. Last round. I think we got this in the bag.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna nail it.
Describe your best hookup story.
We were at the club late night, 2:30. Opened up a little bit later. Then we went to an after party, and it was one of those crazy after parties where people just doing coke in the bathroom and stuff. But I found a different bathroom, and me and Shorty went down there, went crazy, went home, slept in my own bed, never talked to her again. That's like the best of all worlds.
This one girl, I feel like because we had emotional connection. It wasn't like no wild, crazy ass story. I think that was love. Honestly, that was like the best time for me because it didn't feel like every fucking time we had sex with another person. It felt like real love, and I feel like that's the best one for me because everybody else would do the same shit.
I can't tell if that's a good answer.
Wait. Why does this guy's head... Both their heads look gigantic here. Does that look... What happened? Like, both their heads look huge, especially this guy.
And I feel like that's the best one for a relationship.
Lines up with the 2 relationship score.
Interesting.
Everybody, you know,
Like,
You got your dick sucked on a chair in an alleyway?
Yeah.
Why?
the plan.
Okay. Okay.
What's
How does sex feel?
How does sex feel?
I thought you had to say it.
I mean, amazing. Sex is
That's
always
good.
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 sex is good if it's with the right person. It's like love.
Okay, what's with the love stuff now?
What's
What's
happening?
happening?
Like, I don't know.
You're throwing us off now.
Well, it ain't sex if it ain't love. Sex.
I'm so confused. Okay.
How does sex feel?
To be honest, like, pretty numb.
Numb?
You might better switch it
Can you
up.
mess it up? I can't. Okay. Okay. Wait.
What does pussy taste like?
Yeah. What does it taste like?
Acid.
Usually pretty good.
Is it acid?
It depends. The pH balances, bro. I had one girl, bro. That shit. I'm
That's why I say
sorry.
she must be drinking too much
No,
soda.
but
Okay. This is good though because I thought the boy would be like,
This is
it's gross. I hate it.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're saying it tastes like acid.
No, I'm saying some because you got different girls. Like some taste
What
good,
about
and some people. Girl, love. Oh, her shit was good. I ain't gonna cap. I wouldn't love her. If her shit-
Well, that's great. I can't watch this video because I'm getting a copyright thing. Maybe we'll just skip to the end. Who's the actual fuckboy?
But so far,
Oh, he was a virgin. Who was the not virgin? He's the fuckboy. Okay, whatever. Okay. Dr. K versus Dr. Mike.
Dr. Mike.
It's very rare that I sit in front of someone who has significantly more experience discussing health to a huge audience online because there's not many people doing it, period. But to do it for the amount of time that you've done it, not just years that you've been online, but also when you stream, you spend a lot more hours in front of the audience. For me, when I make content online, you know, we hyper edit a fast paced moving video, 10, 15 minutes. Now I'm entering a little bit more into the podcast space. How do you do it?
Jasmine is not Okay, we're back. I don't know if that donation came through.
What was your theory on why you thought Guts was originally supposed to become a god hand and not Griffith?
Okay, so, I think the God Hand are playing 4D chess, and they're using Griffith to motivate Guts to become a member of the God Hand. That's one of the ideas that I have. The reason I think that is because, like, Griffith always talked about, like, achieving new heights, you know, getting more money, more power, blah, 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 this and that. And he was willing to sacrifice a lot for his goals, including, like, all of his friends' family. Now, there was that scene where Griffith said, I can only be friends with somebody who strives to be, you know, better than me, you know. Guts saw that, and he went off on his own path, and he tried to basically be better than Griffith and, like, achieve more and everything. That kind of suggests to me that Guts might have more ambition than Griffith. And he surpassed Griffith in combat. He's able to kill all of these, like, demons. He's trying to eliminate all of demon kind. He's trying to kill Griffith. If he's able to achieve those goals, like, he seems like more powerful than Griffith, and the God Hand might have an interest in that, where, they're trying to recruit Guts as a more powerful member. There's also, like, the Beast of Darkness living inside of him, whereas, like, Griffith, he didn't have, like, a Beast of Darkness. So the God Hand might be trying to harness the Beast of Darkness and unleash it. And if, like, Guts becomes a member of the God Hand, he might be, like, the most powerful demon, like, ever or something. There's just some hints at it where it just seems like it might be the case. Thanks for the donation, gay nigga.
Just an FYI, I just bought one of the vegan Punisher shirts. Smile also. Here we go again with anti-gun Biden. If only he'd legalize both guns and drugs. Erection Rans ride.
Biden administration moves to close gun show loophole. In a significant move towards expanding federal background checks, Biden administration is taking steps to end the controversial gun show loophole that doesn't actually exist. Vice President Kamala Harris highlighted the pain and suffering caused by this gap, federal background check system. Justice Department is set to submit a new regulation to the Federal Register mandating anyone engaged in the business of selling guns at a profit to register as a federally licensed firearms dealer and conduct background, criminal, and mental health checks on buyers. This rule, which updates the definition of engaged in the business as a firearms dealer, is expected to take effect this month. What does this do about the gun show loophole? You have to have a background check. What? This move comes amidst intensified calls for gun control measures. Yeah, this sounds like another, like, this sounds exactly like the thing where he tried to, you know, ban 80% lowers, or the short-barreled rifle, what do you call it? The shoulder stock, you know, exception thing where it's not technically a shoulder stock, it's a brace. You know, the arm brace, like, it's just another thing that doesn't do anything. Like, he should ask these 9-year-old kids in Chicago with Filato Glocks if they got their fucking guns from a gun show. Like, it's just stupid. It's another measure that does literally nothing. So, whatever. If the Democratic Party were to become pro-gun, they would, just annihilate politically. There'd really be no reason to vote conservative. So I don't know why they don't just adopt a pro-gun stance. They could get everything they want done politically, except, restricting firearms, which is not a big fucking deal anyway. Thanks for the donation, Ben, and thanks for buying one of the new shirts.
And not get in trouble.
So it's a great question. So we'll see how much trouble I get into.
Well, let's get into troubles today. That'll be fun.
And so I think a couple of things to keep in mind, right? So I think just being super careful about what you say, what you don't say. I think steering clear of like medical advice. So I think the way that I kind of frame things is when I make content online, I almost think about my target audience as like residents. So if I'm talking about, let's say, a clinical condition like borderline personality disorder, I frame it in the way of, okay, if I was teaching a group of residents or medical students or even pre-meds, how would I explain this condition? So that's really what I usually think about. And then I'll prepare lectures and just keeping it more educational.
What about when you're having conversations with a guest? And I've struggled with this myself a lot. I've had...
Look at this stupid fucking kid. Good kitty.
Let me see. Get fucked. Well, that is a good kitty indeed. Thanks for the donation, Oatgoat.
Difficult conversations on this podcast where someone brings up either a past trauma or you could see that they want to talk about a past trauma. And I get uncomfortable, and I'll explain what I mean by uncomfortable, that I don't want to become their doctor on camera, right? So I know what next question my doctor mind wants to ask, but I also need to be hyper aware that I don't ask that question and become their doctor. So how do you kind of ride that line and make sure you're doing this ethically?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So I think we have a pretty rigorous informed consent process that not many people are aware of. So, most people will see like the final product, but we go through a rigorous informed consent process. We also have like a boundary setting call before we meet someone, or we offer a boundary setting call for anyone who wants to take advantage of it. And that usually is a chance for people to say, we don't want to talk about this, or I do want to talk about this. And I think the main thing to keep in mind is that if you think about your job as a physician, the process of a diagnostic interview is very different. So you're usually thinking about what are the alternate diagnoses, you exclude certain kinds of things, you assess every patient. So for example, like for psychiatric intakes, we assess for suicidality, homicidality, psychotic symptoms. So if you really look at the process of diagnosis, it's not just talking to someone about their life. It's literally assessing for any number of conditions. And I think that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because talking to someone about their life, which is usually what we do, and then sometimes we'll also educate about conditions. So there's absolutely like a concern there. I think we try to get through it by using a rigorous informed consent process, really taking a more educational approach. And it seems to have worked pretty well so far.
Yeah, there's many times where I know that there's a question to be asked that will be very powerful and would create some emotions, but it feels manipulative to ask it, if you will.
Yes.
So I'm like, oh, I don't think I should do it, because I don't think now I'm crossing that boundary. And I can even talk about a specific episode where that happened. I was interviewing Steve-O, and he was talking about his childhood, and he was talking about how it's impacted him and his decision-making to be a daredevil on Jackass. And there was probing that I wanted to do to figure out how he got to this place where he's at. But I felt like if I did that, I would be putting my doctor hat on. Do you agree with that notion, or do you think that's a safe space?
I think we have a challenge, right? So like everyone says, so we have a mental health crisis. Suicide rates are increasing, depression, anxiety. We're seeing an evening out of body dysmorphia between men and women. We're seeing an evening out of ADHD, equality in all things. So we've got this mental health crisis, and the question is why, right? And this is where we have organizations that will advocate for destigmatization of mental illness. So the question becomes, how do we do that? Right. So now, because mental illness is a little bit different, because we've been so careful about talking about, which I'm all for, right? So I don't conduct clinical interviews. I never have my patients on stream or anything like that. And at the same time, like, what does destigmatizing mental illness literally look like? Like, how do we do that? So people can have awareness campaigns, which is like fine, but I don't think that that's worked, because that's what we've been doing. And this mental health crisis has happened on the watch of everyone who is focused on public health, medicine, or whatever, right? We've got advances in neuroscience, we've got all this kind of stuff, and it's not working quite the way it's supposed to. So part of what I think is really important is that if we sort of think about it and we think about the concept of mental health like equity, right? So physical illness and mental illness should not be treated differently. So a lot of people, like, would you be thinking that question if you were talking to someone about their experience of being a cancer survivor, right? So we don't have those same hesitations. If someone has a heart attack, or if someone has a complication with labor, or is raising a special needs child, we're not like very, very touchy-feely about that. We're open to discussing some of our struggles if people feel comfortable.
Of course.
And the whole point is, I think that's the way we should be around mental illness, is that people should be able to discuss, hey, I struggled with this, I struggled with anxiety, I struggled with trauma, here's my story. And then to also recognize that the practice of medicine is different from talking about your experience of life. And so the North Star that we try to use is people should be able to come on and talk about whatever they feel comfortable talking about. That we don't want to say, oh, we don't want to put guardrails that, okay, you can talk about your difficulties at work, but the moment that you mention something that touches mental illness, we're actually going to muzzle you. Because that's sort of what goes on right now. And like, no wonder we have a stigma on mental illness when literally no one talks about it.
I guess I have two follow-ups on that. One, for the mental health stigma of it all. I definitely think that if you look back 30, 40 years, it was viewed as a weakness. If you talked about mental health, if you said you had a mental health issue, you were labeled certain adjectives that were not nice. Is that the sole reason that we have, or the major reason that we have this spike in mental health conditions and diagnoses right now?
Not at all. I mean, I don't think, nothing is sole reason.
Well, majority, like the heaviest reason, if you
So
want.
I think it's a big reason, right? So if we sort of think about, let's look at like men, for instance. So men are very reluctant to engage in psychotherapy. Like historically, 70% of patients have been women. And so the question is why? So we absolutely have a stigma against mental illness, especially when it comes to sort of like some masculine identity things. So men are expected to be independent. They're expected to be self-sufficient. So the concept of getting help is almost, we're conditioned to not get help. And then the other problem is that we tend to have very poor understanding of mental illness. So on the one hand, you'll have people who will not really understand what it's like to truly be in a depressive episode. So from the outside,
any timeline for when the Islam Exposed videos are going to be uploaded? Probably in the next few weeks.
Best that they can do is relate it to their struggles, which is that when it's hard for me to get out of bed, what I need to do is just give myself a swift kick in the ass and get out of bed. And that works for you unless you're struggling with something like a real mood disorder. So a lot of people don't understand that. And that's part of the reason that we have the conversations that we have, is because when you have a full conversation with someone about their experience of whatever it is that they want to talk about in life, whether that's spirituality or career or mental health, whatever, then we start to, I think what we've seen in our community is people are like, wow, this is like a very humanizing experience. This isn't bad. I never realized, holy crap, I am this way. This is something.
What do you think about Clue 2? Is it woke in your opinion? I was afraid to play it because a lot of people had negative opinions, but I really enjoyed it. It was great the way Neil showed both sides of the conflict, and in the end I liked Abby more.
People called it woke because they're retarded. I don't know how that game is woke in any way. Like, again, Ellie was a lesbian character in the first game. Nobody complained. And then when the second game came out, everybody started complaining about it. I think all of the complaints really revolved around Joel dying. And then they just tried to justify their hate for the game by rationalizing it in other ways. A lot of people who played The Last of Us 1, they're like, I think they played it either as kids or they're like really emotionally fragile adults. And then they liked Joel so much that when he died, they just threw a temper tantrum. And then every little thing about the game they tried to complain about. Oh, this game's woke. There's a female character that has muscles. Oh, there's a lesbian character. This game's woke. Oh, one of the characters is trans. Oh, woke. Like, none of it mattered. None of it felt like weird and shoehorned in. It was just a fucking story about revenge and regret. It's not like they just had token characters that were there for representation's sake. And in every single way, the game was objectively better than The Last of Us 1. The controls were massively improved, the gameplay was massively improved, the AI was much better, the level design was way better, the game was much longer, the story was more complex, there was more characters, the pacing was much better, you actually got to play the game rather than just walk around for like 20 minutes and then eventually you fight zombies. Like, everything about the game was improved, and it's still to this day the most violent game made yet. It's extremely gruesome. Like, yeah, Mortal Kombat has people ripping each other in half, but it's not like the kind of realistic, grounded violence that you get in The Last of Us Part 2. So it's really weird that people were calling it, like, woke and blue-pilled and shit. Like, so, yeah, everybody was just a crybaby over Joel dying. That's really it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dan.
I've been struggling with, I thought I was always alone because the 2 or 3 people that I tried to talk to seem to have no experience of this.
Okay. And by the way, I don't disagree with the notion of that it's important to break the stigma. I'm kind of just playing devil's advocate for creating the conversation.
Push, bro.
For the idea of talking about, let's say, cancer or heart attack in comparison to talking about mental health, on one hand, I see the value of that, right? That we should treat mental health like a physical symptom. Like you have a broken bone, you need to go get it fixed. The same way that if you have a mental health issue, you can get it fixed and talk about it. But on the other hand, there's really subtle differences that are super important. For example, if a primary care doctor who saw a patient in urgent care for a sore throat ends up dating that patient, there's less of an ethical dilemma than if a psychologist or psychiatrist ends up dating their patient. Do you agree with that?
I don't know in a technical sense if I agree with that, but on a practical sense, sure. I think there's a very different level of clinical relationship. If you're evaluating a sore throat, which in a one-time clinical scenario, versus generally speaking, if you look at a psychiatrist who or therapist who has a long-term relationship with a patient, I think there's a big difference there.
Right. Like you would, like I guess one would check for conflicts before taking a patient on, whereas like I would never do that as a primary care doctor seeing someone for a sore throat. So I feel like there are some intimate differences between the two.
Oh, absolutely. So I don't think that they're one-to-one by any.
Why did you prefer in the end more Ellie or Abby?
Well, Abby. Ellie is like a crazy dumb bitch. And Abby is just a much more sensible, reasonable person. Thanks for the donation, though, Dan.
Any means. Yeah, I mean, so I think that often...
I'm going to skip mindfulness of enlightenment.
It's spiritual pursuit.
Oh, tell me more.
So if you look at meditation, right? So we use mindfulness for, clinical treatment. But if you really look at the development of meditation was designed to help people attain moksha, enlightenment, nirvana. This is why we developed it. So they were not interested in treating depression or anxiety. That's not why they did it. They did it to attain a state of superhuman bliss, let's say.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
I don't want to lose your track, though, so we'll come back to that. Isn't, like, it's hard to judge why things were created in the past. It's hard to even look back at history 100 years ago and try and gauge.
I mean conjunctive traits together justifying harm to individuals. Egg, non-human plus having mentally disabled human-level sentience. But in humans, they don't view mental disability as morally relevant, so how can it be for non-humans? Isn't that contradictory?
Not... Yeah, let me see. You could argue that it's another trait as opposed to them being human. Sorry, you could argue that it's another trait that they value because, again, well, wait. Well, if they're saying it's a conjunction of traits, so human and yeah, if they're saying they value humans because of the trait human and sentience, like human level of sentience, but they'd still protect the human, but they wouldn't protect the animal. You could say it's a bit of a contradiction because... Wait, let me think. Yeah, so if we go to name the trait, they say it's the conjunction of trait, human, and intelligence. And they'd be fine with killing a animal because it's not human and it's not intelligent. But they wouldn't be okay with killing the human because it's human, even if it's mentally disabled. It's not necessarily a contradiction because, again, it can be and or. Like, I would say the thing to do there would just be to show that they don't care about the trait human. So you can get rid of that trait. So if they wouldn't, Holocaust, super intelligent, high sentient cows that are like the same level of intelligence as a human being, then clearly the trait human doesn't matter. So you can get rid of one of the traits so that it wouldn't be a conjunction, or it could be a conjunction of other traits. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
Like, for example, why I did something yesterday is hard for me to judge.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how much more difficult it is to judge why someone created something thousands of years ago. So I'm going to pose a question to you to be more specific. Is it possible that the reason meditation was created was to ease symptoms of anxiety, depression, even though they didn't have these diagnoses, and they called it enlightenment?
It's possible.
I mean, isn't it reasonable to say that?
Well, it depends. I mean, do you trust the people who made it? And if they give you a reason, so if I invent something and I say, I invented this bottle, and this bottle is to drink water from, would you how much faith would you put that the reason I invented this bottle is to drink water from if I tell you this is why I made it, as opposed to this is a bottle for my piss if I can't find a toilet?
Yeah,
right?
I think that applies in the present or in the recent past. I think when you look back so far, time-wise, their definitions and understanding is going to be greatly different. So they would never have said mindfulness is a treatment for anxiety, depression, because they didn't have those terminologies.
I hard disagree there.
Really? So you think that existed? Like the idea of major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety
absolutely,
disorder?
right?
Okay.
So we have, for example, like Ayurvedic medicine, which diagnoses mental health conditions.
The problem is he's using it in a modern context. I will agree with Dr. K here that they did have the concept of anxiety or depression in ancient times. They just probably didn't call it anxiety or depression. Even like depression's a fairly recent terminology. If you go back in the early 20th century, I don't think the term depression was ever used. They used to call it melancholia. So anxiety and depression, it has affected human beings since humans have existed. So they would have had like a word or term or understanding of it. It's just that they wouldn't have used that terminology.
Right, so you have systems.
I'm not familiar with this. Tell me about this.
Yeah, so you have medical systems. So this is the big thing, is that medical systems would diagnose things like depression, bipolar disorder, stuff like that. And the reason that I say that meditation was not developed to treat a mental illness is because they say that they're like, I invented this thing to help people attain enlightenment, get rid of suffering, and then along the way, you will treat your mental illnesses. But that's not the goal. So the way that I understand it, and the reason I trusted it, because that's what they say, right? So they were very clear about, and then who are we to say, oh, they didn't understand these terms and things like that? I think that's actually sort of judgmental and
I would ask him, who is they?
I'm not calling you that, but I'm just saying to look back at them and say they didn't know better, they didn't use this language, and we are interpreting what they said based on our understanding, I think is not a good idea. So what I would say is they're very clear, right? So if you read something like Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, so this is sort of like the seminal text on yoga, and he kind of says like, okay, here's how we're going to talk about enlightenment, and here are the different ways to attain liberation. Here's like some of the challenges from attaining liberation. Here are the malfunctions of the mind, or not malfunctions, but the ways in which the mind can operate poorly. And then on the flip side, we have a comparable text of Ayurveda or something like traditional Chinese medicine. Well, they'll talk about mental illnesses. So they'll talk about things like cerebral palsy or malfunctions of the brain or things like bipolar disorder. And they'll have treatments, like usually herbal treatments and other kinds of things where they separate these two. One is a rog, or an illness. And the way that I kind of understand it is the use of medicine is to get you from negative 100 to 0, to remove something that is malfunctioning. Meditation is a process to go from 0 to 100. So you can still increase your number. So if you start meditating at negative 100, you can get to 0. But the practice was not designed as a treatment. It was not designed to bring people to baseline. It was designed to bring people at baseline to above baseline.
They had diagnoses that many years ago of cerebral palsy?
Absolutely.
How did they describe cerebral?
They did not. That is a lie.
Cerebral palsy 1,000 years ago. And by the way, I'm saying 1,000 years completely uneducated. I have no idea. 5,000 years.
Yeah. So I don't know specific. Let me just think about what examples to use. So
because the reason why I'm so
yeah. So Dr. K is just bullshitting here.
Skeptical about this is I look at how mental health was discussed in the 1900s of like histrionic personality disorder versus hysteria in women. Like very judgmental, very culturally based at that time. You're saying that didn't exist 5,000 years ago?
No. So dude, East and West are completely different, man. Like it's like night and day.
Okay.
So
Bro, to this day, in India, women are considered second-class citizens. You're telling me in India 5,000 years ago, they wouldn't have biases against mentally ill people where rather than thinking they're suffering from some sort of mental illness, they're not plagued by demons or something?
Let me just give you a couple of examples. So like if you look at an Ayurvedic textbook, they had a super cool diagnosis for diabetes. Okay. They say, go pee next to an anthill. If the ants drink your urine, then you're diabetic, right? So they had a lot of understanding of physiology.
What did diabetes mean?
This is fucking retarded. Dude, this has nothing to do with Ayurveda. Different cultures have discovered diabetes in different ways. The Greeks discovered diabetes by seeing wasting in certain people, and they would drink their urine, and if their urine tasted sweet, they would diagnose them with diabetes, this wasting disorder. So, like, no shit. What does this have to do with Ayurvedic medicine having the ability to treat mental illness?
To them. Because to me, it means checking someone's hemoglobin A1C and seeing it fall in a specific range. But if I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, I have no measurements of that. I'm not even aware of bacteria, right? Antibiotics don't exist.
I don't know. I think they have certain herbs that have antimicrobial properties. They understand the process of sterilization. So I think
they do.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
so again, ancient cultures understood that diseases occur through transmission. They didn't understand microbes. They didn't know they didn't have germ theory back then, but they knew that things that are unclean that touch an open wound would lead to infection. I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to suggest here. Like, they keep jumping back and forth between these different ideas. Like, Dr. Mike here is trying to ask him, how in the hell would ancient people know anything about, like, schizophrenia, histrionic personality disorder, depression, bipolar disorder, and not just see it as, like, being afflicted by demons or something, and, like, have somehow developed this unique treatment method where you use meditation to treat it. And then Dr. K says, oh, well, they knew how to use herbs to, sterilize things. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with the question?
We just did a video on the history of the first gentleman who recommended washing hands in between treating morgue patients and delivering babies in
That's
the
in the
1800s.
West.
What
Dude.
was that? 1850s, yeah.
I mean, so I may have a rose-tinted glasses when I look at Eastern medicine. I don't think Eastern medicine is perfect by any means, but they absolutely even if you look at in Indian culture, this is how well they understood microbiology. So in Indian culture, we eat with our hands, right? Okay. So we also don't have toilet paper. So anytime
I don't know that actually.
So like if you look at like ancient India, like I'm just toilet paper is a relatively recent invention.
Of course.
So how did people in India clean themselves after having a bowel movement? They would wash with their hands. So and then this is how well they understood microbiology. You never eat with your left hand. You always eat with your right hand, and you always wash with your left hand.
That's funny.
That's not unique to Indian culture. Other cultures figured that out, dude.
To me, because you view that as like...
But by the way, what does this have to do with the original question? How did they develop these systems of treating mental illness? Has nothing to do with that.
Them practicing microbiology, I view that as them stereotyping and being rude to people who are left-handed. No,
I mean, but there's a reason.
They were aware of the bacteria, but they weren't aware that some people prefer to use that.
No, they were absolutely aware that they were left-handed people. What they realized is, I don't care if you're left-handed, there needs to be a convention where bacteria that come out of your ass should not be put in your mouth.
Sure.
And that is more important than the handedness, because they literally...
They didn't understand what bacteria was. Here he is applying modern wisdom to ancient practices. They didn't know what bacteria was. They just noticed a pattern that if you expose yourself to certain things, you increase the likelihood of disease.
We lived in a society where there were endemic diseases like cholera and stuff like that. So for the sake of sanitation, they would always have you eat with one hand, and you never use this hand. And this is your washing hand, and these are completely separate. So one hand touches the back of the GI tract, and one hand touches the front. So they had an understanding of microbiology in that way. I don't know.
Was it microbiology?
They didn't have an understanding of microbiology, you idiot.
Or did they just see cause and effect?
Probably more of cause and effect than microbiology, because this is where they also develop something very similar to the theory of humors. So they have like these concepts of elements. But the really interesting thing is that what they basically, I think what they did is notice all kinds of correlations and then developed a heuristic system to explain those correlations.
Every culture has done this.
Question is now, is this a radical form of survivorship bias where we're remembering the ones that turned out to be right and are not pointing out the hundreds of correlations that they deemed as cause and effect, and they were magically wrong? Like,
it could be. So now let's get into that. This is great. Okay, so let's look at that in a couple of different ways. So it's absolutely a possibility of survivorship bias. So let's also remember that there are a lot of things in Ayurvedic medicine that are not correct, right? So this is where, and what tends to happen is we don't propagate those. So, and then what ends up happening is a survivorship bias where the stuff from Ayurvedic medicine, like let's say ashwagandha or brahmi or meditation, these are the things that we now associate because we remove things like heavy metals in the usage of medicine. So there's something called Rasa Shastra, in which they'll use things like arsenic, mercury, things like that as treatment. But that is not nearly as popular, but that's absolutely a part of Ayurvedic medicine. So to say that Ayurvedic medicine is right, I think is a gross overgeneralization, because there are 8 branches of Ayurvedic medicine. Some of them have scientific support. Some of them have scientific evidence that they're actually harmful.
So this is the fucking problem with using terms like Ayurvedic medicine. There is just medicine. If something works, it is just medicine. If something doesn't work, it is pseudoscience or quackery or bullshit. When he fucking uses terms like, oh, Ayurvedic medicine does this, it does that. No, that's not Ayurvedic medicine. That is just medicine. If it works, it's just medicine. And he's admitting that he's cherry picking what he feels works, what he feels doesn't work. So this has nothing to do with, like, anything to do with Ayurveda. He's saying He's only selecting things that are actually like proven to work. So why is he calling it Ayurvedic medicine?
Now, there's even a counter argument to that, which is that they may have known something about the usage of these chemicals that we don't. So
Stop dissing on India. Ancient India was indeed far more advanced compared to their peers. The Turks and the British came, pillaged, looted the country and plunged it into poverty and backwardness.
Yeah, I don't think that explains why people shit out in, outside in public. Thanks for the donation, Tommy Kunwar.
good example of this is if you go back 60 years ago and someone shows up and says, hey, you don't need to take an SSRI for your mental illness. You can sit there and meditate. And what would science have said 60 years ago about meditation?
That it's useless.
Absolutely, right? And that's what we did say. And so they figured something out that based on our modern understanding of biology at the time was literally useless, was so antithetical to everything that there was a revolution in biological psychiatry. We're like, this is complete BS. Mm-hmm. And we were so confident. Mm-hmm. And today it turns out that we're grossly wrong about meditation.
Yes. But again, are we just pointing out the one time we were wrong and we were actually right the huge majority of the time?
That is what I think makes Western medicine the best. So what makes Western medicine the best is we are the best at pointing out when we're wrong. Mm-hmm. That's what makes it.
So that's a scientific method, is it not?
Sure.
That's why people were mad during COVID that guidelines changed. And it's like, well, because we're pointing out when we were wrong.
So yeah, that's the scientific method. So I think this is the weakness. I was I helped organize a conference at Harvard a couple of years ago, and one of my mentors was on the panel. And so this is a conference on integrative medicine. Mm. So there were a bunch of like Eastern medical practitioners there, and they kind of asked this question. They said, like, what do you think needs to happen for Eastern medicine to be more widely accepted? Mm-hmm. And my mentor, brilliant guy named John Denninger, said, you guys need to let your treatments fail. Mm-hmm. The problem is there's such a pissing contest between Western medicine and Eastern medical practitioners that no one on the East is willing to say, yeah, this treatment sucks. Mm-hmm. So the one thing that we do really, really well, which is I think why allopathic medicine, talking about selection biases, but let's talk about not selection biases the reason that Western medicine is dominated so much is because we are so good at pointing out when our medicine is wrong. Mm-hmm. So if you look at things like thalidomide, mm-hmm. or, like that's such a great example of, oh my God, revolutionary medicine solves nausea. And by the way, we're never going to use it ever again, right? And so we're really good at that. And the biggest problem in Eastern medicine is they are so hung up on getting widespread acceptance. There's this ego battle going on between Eastern medical practitioners and Western medical practitioners that Eastern medical practitioners are not willing to say, oh, hey, by the way, this treatment actually sucks.
Is that because a lot of those treatments...
Because it's not based on the scientific method, and it's based on faith. It's literally just faith practices.
Are less based on the scientific method and are more culturally based?
So I think they're based on the scientific method, but they don't look at the mechanism in the same way that we do. So if we look at scientific method...
It's not based on the scientific method. It's faith-based.
The scientific method. It is having a hypothesis, testing that hypothesis, observing results. So I think they did that. That's not how meditation was developed, which is a whole different conversation about sources of transcendental knowledge and all this good stuff. Mm-hmm. But they absolutely applied the scientific method. So I don't think that you can develop as robust of a system of medicine. The big difference, though, is that we're really good at instrumentation. So in the West, it's not even technically a part of the scientific method. You can just, a child can make observations, test hypotheses, and come up with conclusions.
I mean, every time a child's learning to walk, that's what they're
Absolutely,
doing.
right? But they don't use a microscope. They don't understand anything about anatomy. So one of the things that I think we've actually mistaken is that in the East, they use the scientific method quite robustly. They just don't use instrumentation. Mm-hmm. So what they did is figured out all of these correlations and causations and developed these kind of heuristic systems. Even something like the concept of an organ is actually an abstract concept, right? It's not, you can make an argument that there's no such thing as an organ. There's just, everything is just cells.
You can just say that about anything, about a cell.
Yeah, right?
That's like, I feel like Deepak Chopra's main thing is, like, what is HIV? That's a concept that you've created in your mind. It's like, well, wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, so I'm not
I think it's very easy to go.
So I think they applied the scientific method, but what they didn't have was good instrumentation to elucidate the mechanisms, right? So they didn't have microscopes. But they were still able to make observations that when you have a diabetic, they're going to have sugar in the urine. And if you have sugar in the urine, you can test for that by if ants drink your urine.
Right. I think a lot of their scientific method approach is more so finding correlations and things that happen, which can be a form of scientific method and an introductory form of scientific method. But then in order to see if your correlation is valuable, can you affect it? Can you reproduce it? Can you generalize it? That is always missing.
In Eastern medicine?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Really? So tell me more about
that.
So
that's how they came up with these things like ashwagandha and brahmi and some of these things that we use in psychiatry, turmeric. Mm-hmm. So for example, the usage of bitter herbs in the treatment of diabetes. Mm-hmm. So what they did is, I think, right? So I wasn't there. You just have these texts where they'll say, okay, if you've got someone who's a diabetic, they need to eat bitter melon. Mm-hmm. So I think what they discovered is that when you feed someone a food that has an impact on their insulin metabolism, has an impact on their blood sugar, once this person eats bitter melon twice a day or drinks the juice of a bitter melon on a daily basis, the amount of sugar in the urine that the ants get attracted to goes down. They'll even taste urine to detect the sugar content using their tongue. Mm-hmm. And then I think they see that this leads to better outcomes over time. So I would not call that a correlation. I think at some point in the system of medicine, what you always have is an intervention, and then you measure that outcome.
That is a correlation. All research is correlative. Whether it be a randomized trial, a prospective cohort, all research is correlative. You're seeing what treatments are correlated with what outcomes. Like, he doesn't even understand the terms he's using. It's all correlative.
In some way.
Mm-hmm. I guess, to me, unless you randomize it and control for biases, it's not that.
That's a huge problem, but in the opposite way. So here's the key thing. So when you randomize, so we view the RCT as the hallmark, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a huge problem with the RCT. So let's say I show you an RCT that says that cholesterol, let's say like cholesterol lowering medication.
Mm-hmm.
What is the outcome for an individual patient when you prospectively give them a cholesterol med?
You're talking about number needed to treat.
No, I'm not talking. Oh, yeah, sure, but so if I come to you
that,
today,
like 99% of the time for the individual, it's not going to have an impact. But for the general population, you will see.
So this is really important to understand.
Mm-hmm.
So our system of medicine does not make predictions about individuals.
Mm-hmm.
It makes predictions about populations.
Mm-hmm.
So Ayurvedic system of medicine is completely different because they don't care about populations, they care about individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So their whole system, so if you think about randomized.
Yeah, okay, so that is just fucking stupid. The only way you can actually tell if a treatment is effective is if you test a population. If you test an individual, there are so many confounding variables that could be at play, like genetics, whether or not the treatment is taken properly, diet, sleep. Like, there's so many different factors that if you only do a treatment on one single individual, you don't know if the treatment that you're giving them actually had an effect and it wasn't some other confounding variable. That's why we have, well, that's the main reason we study populations, not single individuals.
Controlled trials, what we're literally doing in that trial is removing the individuality from our system of medicine, which then creates a problem of external validity. So the basic problem of our studies is that we can do a study on 10,000 people, but you know this as a clinician. This is why we need clinicians, because your human brain needs to take all of this data and then translate it to apply it to an individual. So in the Ayurvedic system of medicine, they think that randomized controlled trials are the antithesis of practicing medicine.
Can I explain why I heavily disagree?
Well, that's just fucking retarded. You're an idiot.
Yeah. Well, I agree with, first of all, the notion of why we need clinicians, of taking generalized concepts and individualizing it to the person in front of us, 1,000%. And I think that's what my residents get wrong the majority of the time. I just did a video.
This guy is literally saying the gold standard benchmark randomized trials are bullshit. Like, that is insane.
On this, because the idea of number needed to treat, just why I brought that up, is because it's a topic where, for example, lowering blood pressure, we see population-based, controlling it to a certain number will prevent 30% of heart attacks and strokes. But for the person sitting in front of you, 98, 99% of the time, it's not going to do anything. So the question of why I still, the reason why I think randomized controlled methods are still the best for the individual is because we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
What does that mean?
We're throwing away randomized controlled studies because they're imperfect to the individual. I think we need to look at it deeper and say, right now, this is the best knowledge we have for the general public, which will ultimately be the best for you because this is the best information we have. In the future, as algorithms, as information gets better, I think we can better individualize randomized controlled studies so that we can run simultaneously thousands, millions of experiments to know, instead of 80 patients I need to give this blood pressure medicine to prevent the heart attack, only 10. So now I'm targeting the therapy more towards the individual and less towards the general public.
But so then ideally what you would want is not even a randomized controlled trial. You would want trials on an individual, right? Because that's when you produce perfect correlation between your scientific method.
You can't. Like, that's the thing. You can't. Randomized trial on an individual. What sense does that make? How do you randomize one person?
Really not.
Explain that to me.
Too much bias when you're treating a single person.
But isn't that what you're looking for? Is you want an amount of bias that is specific to the person.
Okay, this idiot doesn't understand what bias means. Oh my god.
So let me give you an example.
I think bias works both ways.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say, so we now have some of these services in psychiatry where you can do genetic testing on a person.
Correct, to see which medication is going to have the best.
So do you think that those kinds of, these are not recommended by the American Psychiatric Association?
Yeah, I just had a patient bring this in last week.
Yeah. So I don't use them usually in clinical practice because the data does not show that using these services in randomized controlled trials is effective, which is hilarious.
Okay.
Right. So I'm with you there. But let's say, theoretically, if we could get to a point where that did work and we can recognize that, okay, this person has this kind of serotonin transporter gene and this kind of medication is effective, do you think that is that the kind of goal of personalized medicine, is to create a system of understanding this?
By the way we would discover that is with randomized trials.
Person is an individual, not worrying about the population. It's what are your polymorphisms, so we can figure out the perfect medicine for you.
Yes, but the only way we can get there is with randomized controlled trials.
How so?
In order for us to know that this works on this person.
Oh, we have to a randomized controlled trial that this is effective for lots of people. Yeah. So the methodology is personalized.
Yeah.
And then we are doing a randomized controlled trial on personalized methodologies to see that personalized. That I'm with you 100%.
Okay.
So when I look at
the Dr. K is a fucking moron. If he's going to say, okay, certain medications aren't going to work on certain groups of people because they have like a certain gene mutation, then you run a randomized trial on people with those gene mutations to see if that's actually the case. Like, what a fucking idiot.
The Ayurvedic system, I think they're closer to that personalized methodology.
Don't you feel like there's so much bias in that approach, though, when they try? Like, for example, I had Dr. Gundry on my podcast who makes a lot of claims that disagree with a lot of the big institutions, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the United States Preventive Task Force, the American College of Cardiology, et cetera. And when someone presents information that disagrees with large bodies of evidence or large bodies of medical groups.
I'm gonna send this over to Dr. Avi. This is like actually fucking insane.
You need to show me amazing evidence to show why you know, but the rest of the people don't. Like, you need to show me corruption on their side. You need to show me why you believe, what evidence you're looking at, et cetera. But when you're treating one person, to make your treatment successful doesn't require a lot of evidence.
How are you defining evidence?
In the statement that I made, evidence that I need to know that they're telling the truth is randomized controlled data.
So how can you have randomized controlled data on an individual?
By scaling it.
But then it's not on an individual, then it's on a population.
It's individual population medicine. Because that's what an algorithm would do.
So you're talking about doing an RCT on individualized medicine versus population-based medicine.
Correct.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think we're disagreeing here, but what I'm kind of pointing out is, so let's talk about clinical practice, right? So when you know what works for this person, you have a pile of RCTs, but then you as a clinician individualize your treatment.
Of course.
Deviate for protocols to get the best clinical outcome.
Correct. And this is a practice, it's an art, two doctors.
These two ideas are not at odds with one another. There's an understanding that not every single person is going to react to the same treatment in the same way. So these things aren't at odds with each other. You can have a randomized trial where, generally speaking, you will see this outcome, but if you're treating an individual patient and they're getting like a bad side effect from the medication, you change the treatment. How is that at odds with the idea of a fucking randomized trial? What a fucking moron.
Doctors may recommend two different treatments and both be acceptable.
So in this situation, how would you describe what you're doing? Would you call this individual practice of medicine? Would you call this
the art of medicine?
Okay.
Like, by the way, here's what he's actually trying to suggest. He's saying the way medicine should be constructed is you just find a single individual, you give them any kind of treatment, and then based on the outcomes that you see from that treatment, you assume that that treatment is working, quote unquote, for the individual. This leads to so many fucking problems, and this is how randomized trials have proven things like homeopathic medicine are bullshit. You can give somebody a quack bullshit treatment that doesn't actually work, and you can see good outcomes. So let's say we're trying to cure somebody's depression, okay? And we say, oh, you're feeling depressed? Take this pill, okay? This pill could contain an SSRI. It could contain sugar. It could just be a sugar pill. It could contain fecal matter, poop. Could contain anything. Now, that individual from taking that pill could say, oh, I'm feeling better. How do you know that pill actually made them feel better? You can't. There's no way of knowing whether or not that pill actually did anything to their biology or physiology that actually made them better. The only thing you can do is say, oh, well, I gave them this treatment and they became better. If you run this sort of test on any individual, you will get the same result with any treatment. So there's no way of knowing what fucking treatment could possibly actually work. Because there's no randomized trial. There's no way, there's no group that's there's no placebo control where one group gets the non-treatment, the other group gets the actual treatment, and you're seeing whether or not the treatment group is actually doing better. So if you're looking at just single individuals, you can give them any treatment. Some of these treatments might be extremely harmful. Some of these treatments might be beneficial. Some of these treatments might be nothing. But especially when you're talking about something like mental health, where you're just going based on somebody's subjective measure of well-being, you're just asking them, well, do you feel better? You could give them anything. You can make them eat rocks. You can make them eat mercury. You can have them take crystal meth. Anything. And you can get that result of, well, I feel better, my depression's gone, but there's no way of actually knowing if the treatment's fucking effective. That's why we need randomized trials. This is fucking idiotic. Like this guy doesn't understand the scientific method.
So I think Ayurveda leans more into that. So Ayurveda basically says, okay, if we look at individuals, there is no such thing as an independent disease process that exists outside of an individual. That every disease process gets personalized when you stick it in a person. And so their approach, so I personally think that if we want to see proper outcomes from Ayurveda, we can never do an RCT. Because their whole system of medicine is that depression in me and depression in you is different. Which, by the way, it's really fascinating that we're moving in that direction. I'll get to that in a second.
So again, just to reiterate, if Dr. K actually believes this, then he would have to concede any treatment for any individual does work. So when you hear people say, oh, my depression or my energy or my health improved on a carnivore diet, that means the carnivore diet worked. Oh, if my illness was cured because I took homeopathic medicine, that means it actually did it. Which, again, if you're talking about just running an experiment on one single person, you couldn't possibly know that.
But what I think we really need to see for Eastern medicine, the right kind of study is actually a cohort study. So what we really need to do is take a cohort of people, give them Eastern medicine, cohort of people, give them allopathic medicine, and see who has better outcomes.
Why would it need to be a cohort? It could be a randomized trial, or it could be a cohort.
Well, that's not a cohort.
What do you mean?
In a situation where you'd randomize people and you'd say some of you are, oh, you mean you want to do a comparison cohort as opposed to give someone true Ayurvedic treatment versus a sham.
No, I'm talking about cohort studies. So a non-inferiority trial between traditional allopathic treatment and Ayurvedic treatment. Because the whole point is that when their system of diagnosis presumes that there is not a treatment for depression. And then what we do is we take that thing, we remove all the individuality, which is a core part of their system of medicine. So their whole system of medicine is that, so there's even like, so for example, they believe that, I'm extrapolating here based on my expertise, but if you look at like depression, there are 3 subtypes of depression. So there is neurovegetative depression, right? So difficulty getting out of bed, things like that. Then we have anxious depression. We recognize these as 2 clinical entities. There's a really interesting third subtype of depression called depression with anger attacks, where the primary manifestation is frustration and anger as opposed to feelings of sadness. Now, the really interesting thing is if you look in Ayurvedic medicine, they say that there are 3 dominant elements. There's like the earth element, there is the wind element, and then there's the fire.
Oh my God. Here we fucking go. Yeah. Earth element. Oh, of course. Eat dirt.
So if you take this depressive pathophysiology and you stick it in someone who is a predominant earth type, you will end up with a neurovegetative depression. If you stick it in a person who's a wind type, you will end up with an anxious depression. And if you stick it in a fire type, these are like Pokemon, you will end up with a depression with anger attacks. So even in their literature, they have these 3 subtypes of depression built out, and they say that it correlates with something about your alleles and how they manifest, your phenotype.
I think we're talking about...
No, they don't. There's no mention of alleles or genetics in Ayurvedic medicine. Like, again, it's ancient.
2 different things. I think Ayurvedic medicine does fantastic observation.
Yeah.
Like what you're describing is they've observed different
100%.
subtypes. And I think you're going to get amazing validation even when you check...
By the way, this is so insane. Different alleles or genetic phenotypes can lead to the same clinical outcome. You could have depression that's related to like serotonin receptors or dopamine receptors or norepinephrine receptors, but the different pathology in which causes the depression could lead to the same subtype of depression. So how in the fuck would you be able to treat those different forms of depression with the same type of treatment when the pathophysiology is different?
individuals when you do good observation. I think when you say we should do a cohort study to see if it is non-inferior, to me, that's the same thing as an RCT. Like, it's not the gold, like for us, an RCT is the gold standard, right? Yep. But we have levels, a hierarchy of evidence. And cohorts are still up there. It's not just mechanistic, right? Like if you do a cohort study.
But a cohort study and RCT are two completely different study designs.
I agree, but in terms of weight of evidence, they're high levels.
No, but a weight of evidence is fine. But what I'm saying is that the RCT as a study design is antithetical to the system of medicine.
Sure, and I'm just using RCT because it happens to be the gold standard. Let's take cohort, let's take RCT.
How would a cohort study solve this problem?
All the higher levels of evidence, they're not done for Ayurvedic medicine, at least the majority of it. So granted, we can't do RCT, but we can do cohort. Those things aren't done. So I feel like we are taking what they're doing and you're seeing it as a leaning towards story, towards observation, away from the evidence-based model. And I see it as full one-sided.
Well, I don't follow you.
This is fucking retarded.
Well, for example, you were talking about the art of medicine. I think that there needs to be a cautious balance between taking good quality evidence, whether that's RCT, cohort, etc., and then balancing that with the individual in front of you. But I think in Ayurvedic medicine, we're just having...
I'm going to leave a comment. This guy you're talking to is a clown and doesn't even understand the terms he's using, nor does he understand the scientific methods he's talking about. All research is correlational, but he doesn't seem to understand this. He also claimed, what was that claim he made? He also claimed we need to have randomized trials on single individuals. How can you have a randomized trial with one person? He doesn't even understand what this research is. The way he talked about individualizing medicine and experimenting on single individuals would also validate literally any treatment. You could feed someone poop and they could claim their mental health improved, but that doesn't mean eating poop helped their mental illness. This is why we have placebo-controlled randomized trials. You can't validate a treatment. Yeah, you can't validate... Sorry, you can't determine the validity of a treatment on a single individual. What a fucking moron, dude.
Being full-on art.
100%. So there are...
It's not 100% because they are taking into observations and all that.
So, I mean, I'm sort of addressing the questions you're asking, but I am not a proponent of Ayurvedic medicine, even as it stands today. I know it sounds kind of weird because I'm talking about it. So before this whole healthy gamer thing, my actual area of interest was evidence-based complementary alternative medicine. So there are all kinds of problems that we haven't even touched on. I mean, here you are saying, what about this? What about this? I can dismantle Ayurvedic medicine because there are fundamental weaknesses. The first fundamental weakness of Ayurvedic medicine is that you have no way to gauge practitioner reliability. The good thing about allopathic medicine is that, at least in the United States, if you finish a medicine program, there are standards that people can expect. If you go, you're a family physician, I'm a psychiatrist, but two people have a heart attack on an airplane, they're going to get some comparable care, right? Even I can handle that some. So the biggest problem with Ayurvedic medicine is when you have this individuality, how do you judge the quality of a practitioner? How do you know ahead of time whether this person is good or bad, whether there's biases in their patient population, if their patient population has high socioeconomic status, and this practitioner is very charismatic, so they're engaging the placebo effect, how do you even know that their treatments are working at all? This is a fundamental problem with Ayurvedic medicine, which is that the good thing that we get, this is why I think allopathic medicine has grown so well, is because it is reliable. Ayurvedic medicine, I do not know that it is even 10% as reliable as the practice of Western medicine.
So if you think that, why do you discuss Ayurvedic medicine principles often?
Gerald Donatello's, do you have to track calories to maintain a lean physique? Well, you don't necessarily have to. There are people who can just intuitively eat, and they know if they're gaining weight or losing weight just based on how they feel. You can also track, you can do rough estimations of calorie tracking based on things like food volume. Some people just have a tendency to eat very little. Their appetite is low, and they can just maintain a lean body weight. So you don't have to, but it helps. Thanks for the donation, Gerald.
Because I think there is a huge amount of utility to it. And just because so if we can improve reliability on the Ayurvedic side, then I think we have something very potent, right? So, and the other reason is because I think that like...
What is the thing that you think that's potent?
What do you mean?
You said that if we improve reliability, we'll have something on the Ayurvedic side that's potent. What would be potent?
So I think that they take this individualized approach. So in my clinical practice, the more that I think we get taught in Western medicine or in medical school, we tend to get taught the population-based medicine way more. And like you said, we call it the art. Mm-hmm. Why do we call it the art? Because we don't have explicit systems. Mm-hmm. So the whole point is in Ayurveda...
There's subjectivity to it. That's what art means, right?
Well, the reason we call it art is because we haven't made it scientific. Does that make sense?
No. What?
We haven't conceived of a way to make the art of medicine scientific, which is why we call it the art of medicine. But there is absolutely a logical...
What? Sorry? The art of medicine is not scientific. That's why we don't call it art. What the fuck could he possibly mean by this?
Scientific method going on in your head.
I think it's an art not because it's not scientific. I think it's an art because it's not standardized. And maybe I'm just
exactly. So
words.
But that's exactly my point. Is we have not developed a standardization. We have not scientifically broken apart the art side of medicine.
I don't think that can happen.
Yeah. Well, there's a system of medicine that's done it,
which is what I recommend. So
that's what.
He literally just admitted that the reliability of Ayurvedic medicine isn't even 10% the reliability of modern Western medicine. And then he says Ayurvedic medicine has made the art of medicine a science. Like, what the fuck is this guy on about? It's nothing but gobbledygook and word salad with this fucking moron.
What I'm saying is they've taken the individuality.
Do you believe that, though?
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of flaws, but I think that they've done it. Yeah.
You mentioned we need to bring some of Western medicine into Ayurvedic practice to improve 100%. Ayurvedic practice. I view that as not an optimal use of, that time is probably the wrong word. I would view, based on how you describe Ayurvedic medicine, that there's a lot of problems. 90% of it has issues, et cetera, et cetera. Why not take what works of Ayurvedic medicine, the art aspect of it, and bring it to Western medicine, as opposed to bringing Western medicine and trying to fix something that is really very problematic, already so far gone?
It's a great question. So the first thing is that I think the question is sort of moot because I think both are happening simultaneously. Mm-hmm. So I think as we progress in our scientific understanding of medicine, we are moving closer to Ayurveda. So that's happening automatically because I think that as we're discovering more of truth, mm-hmm. we're just moving in a particular direction of individualized medicine, which is the whole backdrop. So if you look at our Western system of medicine, mm-hmm. the idea is that a disease process is independent of an individual and has a treatment. So the whole point of an RCT is let's remove all of the individuality, all of the specificity from an individual patient, because if we take an individual patient, we treat cholesterol in this individual patient, we have no idea how that's going to apply to the other 9,000 people we treat.
Okay, this is idiotic. If you're seeing better outcomes in a treatment group versus a placebo group, that means, on the whole, the treatment worked for most individuals. So it is personalized to an extent. Again, it's not expected that a treatment will respond the same way in every single individual. But again, that's the only way we have to validate whether or not a treatment works. You can't validate a treatment on one single individual. Again, I could feed somebody poop. I could make them eat shit. And then you could see their blood pressure go down, or their cholesterol go down, or their mood improved, or their depression went away. Does that mean them eating shit caused those outcomes? No. It could be a bunch of other things. It could be placebo effect. There could be downstream effects of eating shit that made them eat less or move more, and that lowered their blood pressure or cholesterol or improved their mood. You can't validate a fucking treatment on a single individual, you fucking idiot. If you believe that, then you'd have to accept literally every single fucking treatment is a valid treatment. You can make people eat shit. You can make people eat rocks. You can make people drink bleach. Like, this is shit that fucking crazy wackos do. And they say, well, it worked for my patient. Like, are you a fucking moron?
Because this person is an individual. So let's remove individuality from the equation. Let's look at
Oh my
high blood
God.
pressure, and let's try to isolate this disease process. Then we run into a problem in Western medicine because you can isolate this disease process in a laboratory, but the moment that you have a real person in front of you, things get complicated. Agreed?
100%.
So Ayurvedic medicine just looks at it from the opposite direction. They kind of say, okay, let's start with an individual and let's understand what works for this person. And then they also generalize. They sort of also have, diagnoses.
You can't determine what works for that person. Again, if you're going to go by the standard, then any treatment would work.
Right, which obviously means that it's not, there's diagnoses that are shared amongst individuals, but they start from a more individual lens. We are starting at a population level and we are trying to narrow down to personalized medicine. They start at personalized medicine and they sort of extrapolate out to a more general way.
Isn't that flawed by design?
Dude, like, what's hilarious here is Dr. K admitted that in Ayurvedic medicine, there's practices of eating arsenic, which is a heavy metal that's toxic. How do you think that came about? It's because idiots had this idea that, oh, we don't need to set up randomized trials. We just need to see outcomes in certain patients. And they fed them poisonous, toxic shit. And they found a correlation with this one individual that when they ate poisonous, toxic shit like arsenic, like they got a treatment effect from it, or an outcome that they wanted. That doesn't mean the actual treatment they got was responsible for the outcome they wanted. And even if it was, that may come with a lot of downsides that they're not able to actually see in the type of experiment they're doing. So, like again, with this sort of idea, you can validate any treatment. There are people who recommend drinking bleach, like turpentine, as a way to cure illness. Like, again, same fucking idea. These idiots, rather than setting up fucking randomized trials to see if there's an actual effect with the treatment, they just say, oh, well, try drinking this bleach. Oh, you feel better? Well, okay, I guess the bleach works for you. I guess with your dosha, you have the earth dosha, so bleach is good for you.
No. It's only flawed by design if you presume that the population base and the system, the existence of a disease process that is independent of people exists.
Wait, say that again?
So do you think that hypercholesterolemia can exist outside of a person?
Like exist in...
What is that? Sorry. Can hypercholesterolemia exist outside of a person? What the fuck does he mean by that? Hypercholesterolemia means you have elevated serum cholesterol. So, like, that's like saying, can GERD exist outside of a person? Can high blood pressure exist outside of a person? What the fuck does that mean?
In what way? Like, on a definition of in a textbook, it can.
Okay. So, like, can you have hypercholesterolemia outside of a person?
Yes.
What does he mean by that?
Okay. Right? So when you translate that to a person, it becomes individualized, right? And then...
Why... I still don't understand what Dr. K meant by that. What does he mean, can it exist outside of a person? It's a condition in your body. It can't exist outside of yourself.
Our core pathophysiology, completely agree that you can say, okay, whatever, there's something that can exist in a petri dish. When you translate it into a person, you are adding individuality to it. Maybe the word bias is good here. I don't know the way that you're using it. I'm not 100% sure. So all I'm saying is that the whole art of medicine is we have these general principles that are scientifically true, and we apply them to an individual. And then things get muddy, and we have to include the art of medicine, right? All Ayurveda does is they start with the presumption that a disease process and an individual, that every disease process is going to manifest in a unique way. And that is the foundation of how we are going to approach treatment. So if you say, is that biased in the sense that every treatment is individualized? Yes.
There's no way of knowing how... Okay, there's no way of understanding the pathophysiology of the disease and whether or not the treatment's effective. Again, like... You could feed somebody bleach and then they could say their symptoms improved and then, oh, well, I guess your unique biology means bleach is good for you.
I'm going to make a comparison. You familiar with bro science?
No.
So when you go to the gym and you hang out in the gym environment, there's a lot of guys that walk around to claim that they have the right way of exercising the right way. And it might be the right way for them. But if I in medicine try and take what worked for one person and try and scale it, I'm going to run into a disaster.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's better to look at population and then try and narrow it. That's why I think the principle of starting with one and going up and generalizing is way more problematic.
No, yeah, but so this is a fundamental misunderstanding. The whole point of Ayurveda is you don't generalize one to the broader population. You develop a system that works for each person ideally. That's what their approach is. There's no generalization.
You can't. That is impossible. That is the problem.
Or, I mean, there's some generalization, some necessary generalization, but their whole point is that when someone comes to you, and this guy is a bro science and he says this works for you, the Ayurvedic doctor says this worked for you, let me try to figure out, the next person comes along and they try to figure out what will work for you specifically. What will work for you specifically. They don't care about populations, they care about individuals.
And you don't think that's fraught with forever reliability issues?
What do you mean by reliability?
Again, like the practitioner reliability issues.
Oh, no, it's fraught with reliability.
That will never get solved.
I don't know that.
How can you have reliability when cults can lead people to do the most ridiculous things, feel certain ways because of the power of the mind to be manipulated? How can we ever measure what one individual is doing, whether or not that's valuable? Because I feel like it's so easily corruptible when we're just treating everyone as one.
So I think maybe I'm foolish. Maybe I'm...
So he could have phrased this in a better way, but again, there's no way of knowing with this type of experimentation whether or not the treatment actually did anything. Because you could see effects from a treatment that aren't due to the treatment. Like again, all medicine is correlative. So if you have one individual and you tell this person, oh, well, pray to Satan. You see, Satan is this really powerful god that has power over your body. And if you pray to him to be happier, you'll become happier. How do you know that praying to Satan, this god, granted you happiness? Or say it could be anything else. Oh, well, pray for your blood pressure to get lower. Or pray for your cholesterol to get lower. You may, with this treatment, actually see a reduction in your blood pressure or cholesterol. It's possible. That doesn't mean the treatment actually did that. That it was actually responsible for it.
I'm optimistic. So here's where I'm coming from. Here's why I don't think it is an unsolvable problem. So if you look at the history of humanity, we've been faced with unsolvable problems that get solved. So I have faith that if we were to leverage even 10% of the brain power in scientific weight that we have in allopathic medicine towards Ayurveda, I think it'd be amazing what we would accomplish. That's my gut instinct. I don't know if that's true. Is it potentially an unsolvable problem? Absolutely. So what I think though is that what I've seen already is that it doesn't take a whole lot. So like I think that if we were to put, let's say like put together like cohort treatments and we were to start to measure outcomes, so I do think we need to add some of this population-based stuff and evidence-based medicine. So let's compare Rasa Shastra, where someone gives arsenic and all this kind of stuff, to, for example, like Ayurvedic herbs or the inclusion of yoga and Tai Chi. Let's actually take cohorts of these people and study and see what's better and what isn't. And then I think what we'll discover is there can be a methodology, because they still teach general methodologies, but the focus of their general methodology is not on a disease, it is on a person. So in Western medicine, what we do is we make a diagnosis and then we treat the diagnosis. We don't treat a person. We don't ask, and then clinically we end up doing this, which is that we start to treat a diagnosis. But then as we actually treat a human being, this treatment of a diagnosis doesn't work like that. The person doesn't take their blood pressure medication. So now you have to have this conversation with them, or they have this kind of side effect, and you have to change to this medication. So we end up individualizing, and that's what makes a good doctor. All I'm saying is if you think about it, the actual...
Yeah, but the problem is you can end up giving a patient any fucking treatment and you could see success, but it may not be due to the treatment.
Well, theoretical, if you read a pathology textbook, which has all of our understanding of medicine, you will not find any art of medicine in there. You'll find it in other textbooks, but not in a pathology textbook. Then in the practice of medicine, we are adding what you call the art. And all I'm saying is there is a whole system of medicine where we take the RCTs and the population-based stuff in the pathology textbook, we add the art. But this is not the bulk of our approach to medicine. This is the bulk of our approach. Does that make sense? Ayurvedic medicine...
He's not making any sense. This is just lunacy.
Well, so Mike, what frustrates you so much about Ayurvedic medicine?
I'll tell you why. It leads to a fundamental misunderstanding of healthcare for a large percentage of patients. It opens room for health gurus and hucksters to take advantage of people. And it actually diverts our attention from ways that we can improve medicine.
Okay. So now I'm understanding this conversation a lot better. So I noticed that this was becoming very antagonistic, which was really weird because I actually agree with the majority of what you're saying.
I see that.
Yeah, right. So I'm the first to kind of say, like, I'm the one who said, hey, like 90% of it I think could be crap. And so I was kind of struck a little bit. And then that's when I realized, like, I'm not talking to someone who has an open mind. I'm talking to someone who has a mind made up.
I'm talking about it from a truth-seeking perspective. So my mind's not made up. If you presented some data or information here that showed Ayurvedic medicine is way more accurate than you think it is, I would have changed my mind today.
Yeah, so it's interesting, but I think
I definitely have a bias.
Yeah,
from what I've learned so far.
How is this conversation for you emotionally?
Exciting.
In what way? So do you feel anything besides excitement?
Full excitement that we're finding a way to truth seek together. Because unlike many people who talk about Ayurvedic medicine in this space, I think you do it incredibly honestly.
So, because I agree with you, but I think there are a couple of things to keep in mind. So when you make a statement like, 90% of it is crap, that indicates bias to me because we don't know that. You make a very good argument that we have to be skeptical based on our understanding of things. That if I show up today and I say like, oh, like here's a pyramid. If you meditate under the pyramid, like it could work. And then you can always make the counter argument that until you study it, we don't know, they could be right.
Right.
And what I'm also detecting from you is like, I think I'm detecting this emotion of frustration because of hucksters and these kinds of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think your understanding of Ayurveda comes from these people.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I was kind of surprised because usually
That's not even the fundamental problem. Like, again, the problem is you have no idea if the treatment is actually having an effect. You can't possibly know that.
in conversations, I am representing your view a lot more.
Or
Right?
how
So
it's
I'll go to these
having an
academic
effect
conferences
either.
with a lot of Ayurvedic practitioners, and I'll say like, hey, like we don't know. There are 8 disciplines of Ayurveda. We have some limited evidence of this particular thing: Brahmi, turmeric, ashwagandha, like a set of herbs. We don't have a whole lot of stuff on this. And so I think it's just been really interesting. Now I understand a lot more why this conversation is going the way that it is, which is that you're asking me all these questions, which I get the sense that you're sort of open to the answer, but I think you're asking questions that are not open-ended questions. You're asking questions where you already have a hypothesis, and you are asking me to reflect upon that hypothesis or even counter that hypothesis or support it.
That's fair.
Which is, I was just...
And I think our hypothesis is similar.
Yeah, so I think though...
And our standpoint is similar.
I think that you would benefit from studying Ayurvedic medicine.
Agreed, which is what I'm hoping...
No, he would not. It's just nothing but horseshit.
In this conversation, I can learn more about it.
So I think just this individualized approach, it's so axiomatically different. I think there's value to it.
Without a doubt.
And in terms of why not translate it over, I think there are a couple of... I think that's good.
Okay, I'm done with this stupid shit. Dr. K is a fucking moron. Okay? The reason why medicine, that's what it's called, the reason why medicine uses things like randomized trials where you have population groups. Some of them get a treatment, some of them get a sham treatment, like a placebo, and you see which group does better. You see correlations between each group. And if the treatment group sees better outcomes than the placebo group, then you can say, the treatment actually worked. It has an effect. The reason you need that type of research is to actually determine if there is an effect of the treatment. You cannot determine that when you're looking at single individuals. If you have this idea that this idiot Dr. K has where, oh, well, you can take a single person, give them any treatment, and then if they respond well to the treatment, supposedly, then that means the treatment worked for them. You can't do that because there's an understanding not every treatment is going to react the same way in every single individual. So, and there's confounding variables like the placebo effect, diet, lifestyle factors, this and that, where you don't actually know if the treatment is what caused the outcome. So this will lead to people recommending things like drinking turpentine, which is a type of bleach. This is a thing people actually do. They actually drink bleach because they think it has some sort of fucking healing properties. So this Ayurvedic medicine bullshit where, oh, you individualize it to the person, that's the problem with Western medicine. It doesn't individualize. That's fucking retarded. We do individualize medicine to the fucking specific individual. We understand what works, what doesn't work, but we also have an understanding that not every single treatment is going to respond the same way in every single individual. So we adjust the treatment based on individual patient outcomes. How is that not fucking better than just throwing shit at the wall at any one fucking person and then saying, oh, well, I guess it worked for you. Bleach usually kills people, but for you, bleach is good. Like, this guy's a fucking clown. I can't stand him.
Not sure what this guy is getting at in the big picture. There is already an effort to personalize medicine by researching mutations and other biomarkers that exist in individuals and increase the odds of specific therapies being effective for them.
Well, yeah. Like one good example of this is Alzheimer's. There's certain gene mutations that are guaranteed to trigger Alzheimer's. And treatments are being experimented on those specific individuals. So if you have a particular gene mutation that causes a particular disease, we're researching that. Like the idea that medicine isn't made to be individualized is just fucking retarded. Dr. K is just a fucking moron. Like, again, he doesn't even understand the terms he's using. Like, he said there's a problem with some research because it's correlative. All research is correlative. Like, how is it not? He also fucking said, oh, we need randomized trials on single individuals. How the fuck do you randomize a single individual? You can't. Like, this guy doesn't even understand the fucking terms he's using. And then he'll just, like, fucking throw out these word salads like, oh, well, there's medicine and there's the art of medicine, but Ayurvedic medicine has taken the art and turned it into a science, so there's no art of medicine in Ayurveda, it's just medicine. Like, oh my god. I can't stand this guy. He's an absolute fucking quack. This dude is fucking dangerous. No wonder fucking Reckful killed himself. If he had this fucking jackass as a doctor. Holy fuck, this dude is a moron. But anyway, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. We've been going on for 5 hours now, so
Yoga is what's...
Tomorrow we'll probably react to some Hamza cringe and shit, and we'll see what's going on. Maybe we'll react to some Muslim stuff. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow around the same time. So, sweet dreams.